Norfolk, Virginia, for Sabbath morning class. We're going to, first three priests are going to start off with the Sabbath reading. And then, we're going to start off with the Sabbath prayers. All right, so let's begin. Rakata Yahweh, Rakata Yahweh, Hashem Yahushua, Hashem Yahushua, a war, Zion one, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us a light this day. Thanks, so be it. And the light represents the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. You read that in Matthew chapter 5, verse 16.
Rakata Yahweh,
Rakata Yahweh,
Hashem Yahushua,
Hashem Yahushua, Rayach, the water, Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. The sweet savor represents our prayers going up to the Most High. You read that in Psalms 141, verse 1 and verse 2. Stand and face Jerusalem.
Rakata Yahweh,
Hashem Yahushua, Absalom, the water, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
Psalms 121.
Psalm 121. I will lift up my eyes from the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, even forevermore. Amen.
Amen.
Shammai, Yasharallah, Shema.
This is the Lord's Prayer. Absalom,
Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shamka, Yahweh, Malach Wavka, Taba'ah, Ratzazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratza, Kawah, Hayah, Mashamayim, Latanawa, Lachum, Kol, Yawum, Wasalachnawa, Chabawachnawa, Kasalachnawa, Chabawach, Ola'ah, Dabyanawa, Manasaya 1, Abo, Hawashaynawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahata Para, La'ayalamya, Aman.
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Aman.
Asherah,
Matazawa,
Ten Commandments. Number 1. La'ab,
Yahaya, Laka,
Alahayim,
Achorim, Al-Punya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ab, La'aisha,
Laka, Pasul, Wala'ab, La'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Number 3. La'ab,
Shalom, Yahweh, Mashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Number 4. Zakar,
Hayawum, Ashabat,
Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath days to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad,
Abaka, Amaka,
Honor thy father and thy mother.
6. La'ab,
Taratazak,
Thou shalt not murder.
7. La'ab,
Dagana,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ab,
Dagana,
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ab,
Ta'ina, Shakur,
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ab,
Takamad, Kol, Asherah, Lara'ayaka.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Yeshua, which means Musi.
Okay, so we're going to salute the first beat. The brother's going to come up, say his pedigree. Come.
Natazak Kanaka Shabbat Yahweh, Banya Shalom.
Natazak Kanaka shall destroy Yahweh, Banya Shalom. Men of Israel, mighty. Barak.
Yahweh Ba Shemi Hawashah Brakatum.
All right. Once again, welcome back to another Sabbath. The Sabbath is going fast, huh? And we'll start to a new year. Right? The real new year. Right? Not the dead of winter new year. When we see life. Right? So about that sacrifice from Yahushua. Huh? Alright, so the first brother is going to start at 2 Samuel chapter 17 and verse 1 down to verse 21. 2 Samuel chapter 17 verse 1 down to verse 21.
This is the book of 2 Samuel, chapter 17 and verse 1. Moreover, Ahithophel said unto Absalom, Let me now choose our 12,000 men, and I will arise and pursue after David this night. And I will come upon him while he was weary and weak-handed, and will make him afraid. And all the people that are with him shall flee. And I will smite the king only, and I will bring back all the people unto thee. The man whom thou seekest is as if all return, so all the people shall be in peace. And the same pleased Absalom well, and all the elders of Yasharallah. Then said Absalom, Call now Hushai the Archite also, and let us hear likewise what he saith. And when Hushai was come to Absalom, Absalom spake unto him, saying, Ahithophel hath spoken after this manner. Shall we do after his saying? If not, speak thou. And Hushai said unto Absalom, The counsel that Ahithophel hath given is not good at this time.
So remember back in chapter 16, right? Chapter 16 and verse 31, when the report came to David that Ahithophel was down with Absalom. He was one of the conspirators when Absalom, went to do his what they call it, coup de grace. What they call it? Coup d'etat? Coup d'etat, yeah. Yeah, when he tried to usurp the authority from King David, right? Mutiny, right? He started a mutiny.
You kill yourself.
Is it? Look that up.
Yeah, that's when you cut the head.
Oh, I thought that was when you like mutiny.
No.
Anyway, mutiny is the word. But Ahithophel was one of those conspirators. So David sent Hushai. David said Hushai. First of all, David prayed. Matter of fact, let's get it just so we could refresh our minds from last week. 2 Samuel 15. Start at verse 31.
2 Samuel chapter 15 and verse 31.
Yeah, just a little quick recap.
And one told David, saying, Ahithophel is among the conspirators with Absalom. And David said, O Lord, I pray thee, turn the counsel of Ahithophel into foolishness.
Right. David prayed that the Most High would just turn Ahithophel's counsel, to something not profitable, right? Then he went forth and did work behind it. Jump to verse 34.
Verse 34.
Uh-huh.
But if thou returns to the city, and say unto Absalom, I will be thy servant, O king, as I have been thy father's servant hitherto.
Right.
So will I now also be thy servant. Then mayest thou for me defeat the counsel of Ahithophel.
Right. So David, the scriptures, we keep going back to that Samuel where it talked about how David was a master of war. He was a tactician. Right? And this is what a tactician would do. He will make sure he's got friendlies on the enemy line. Right? And what did he do? He sent Hushai over there to make sure that he, diverts that counsel, that Ahithophel, who was now loyal to Absalom. Right? So he made sure that Hushai was going to now deter any counsel from Ahithophel. We just read it. Ahithophel was like, let's go after him. Let's go right after him. Right? Which would have, think about it. David's now, he's getting up in age. Now, I said he still wasn't valiant, and we're going to read that. They still respected him. But he was getting up in age, and he's on the run once again. But thankfully the Most High was with David. Yeah, read.
Verse 35. And hast thou not there with thee Zadok and Abiathar the priest?
Now you're good on that. Let's go back. You had a question?
The word that you was...
Oh, yeah. What word was it?
It's coup d'etat.
Coup d'etat, right. What does that mean?
A sudden, violent overthrow of an existing government by a small group.
How do you say it?
Coup d'etat.
Coup d'etat.
Coup
What did I
d'etat.
say?
Coup
Coup d'etat. That's mutiny, right? That would be synonymous with mutiny, right? Say the coup, yeah. That's what you see like now in these little third world countries. They have these little rebels pop up, try to overthrow the country. Just had one in Haiti. We just had one in Haiti, assassinated the president. Y'all watching the news, right? Y'all see what the Most High is allowing down in Haiti, right? They had 4,000 prisoners escape. 4,000 prisoners escaped, busted out of prison, and now they got Port-au-Prince. Like It's burning. Gunshots, gunfire. These people, our people, are running, have no place to hide. And you ask why? Well, think about some of the things that that island is known for. You know, they down there doing the Christianity, not just the Voodoo. They doing the Catholicism, Christianity. You know, a lot of sacrifices, dealing with that left-handed side, spiritual power. And the Most High is not. He's not going to allow that to still go forth in these last days. So the scripture said judgment is starting in my house first, huh? Are those not our people? Yeah, so, I mean, it's happening here in Americas, but it's happening everywhere where our people are not taking heed. So in this season, we're in that Passover purging season, brothers and sisters need to see how real it is. Y'all going to look to your left, look to your right, there's going to be a brother or sister that's not going to be there. Why? Because the Most High is not going to allow these deceivers, these wicked, these people that are not sincere, not trying to be around. Y'all see that? Yeah, let's go back.
Verse 8. For said Hushai, thou knowest thy father and his men, that they be mighty men, and they be chaffed in their minds, as a bear robbed of her whelps in the field.
Right, so Hushai's like, man, do you remember what we were dealing with? When David and his mighty men got their eyes set on something, they locked in. That chaff, somebody get the definition of the chaff real quick. It said they be chaffed in their minds as a bear robbed of her cubs. Like her whelps means cub, like the little baby bear. You ever try to take a puppy from one of these dogs? They gonna be snapping at you. Yeah, y'all see those geese? You get close to those geese when they got the little ducklings. Yeah, they was not playing. They'll chase you right back to your car.
Get too close.
Right. What you got on chaff?
Chaff, Webster's 18:28 says heated or fretted by rubbing, worn by friction.
No, not that one.
You go to chafe. To excite heat or inflammation. No. To act violently upon, by rubbing, to fret against.
What you got?
Oh, here we go.
You double arm.
Chafe. To irritate or vex someone.
There you go. Vex, yeah. So that's what you're doing.
I got another one. It
Okay.
says violent agitation of the mind or passion.
Yeah, that vex. That's the way a bear. That's the way a bear would deal. A mother bear would deal with somebody trying to harm or steal one of her cubs. And this is what Hushai is connected to David. Well, we know what kind of man David was. You know, he was valued in war, huh? Go ahead. Go back to reading.
It says, and thy father is a man of war, and will not lodge with the people. Verse 9.
Right, because he was a tactician. If I'm at war, then I gotta make sure I'm around the soldiers. I'm not gonna be with the common folk. I gotta be with those that's prepared for war. So he's gonna be conscious. He's gonna be wise. So Hushai is now stomping on killing Ahithophel's counsel to just running it, which they could have been successful. But what he's showing is that, okay, you know David, maybe I need to fall back. Maybe you're right. But isn't that what he prayed for? Go ahead, keep reading.
Verse 9. Behold, he is hid now in some pit, or in some other place. And it will come to pass, when some of them be overthrown at the first, that whosoever heareth it will say, there is a slaughter among the people that follow Absalom. And he also that is valiant, whose heart is as the heart of a lion, shall utterly melt.
Yeah, he's telling Absalom, you sure you want to send your people over to get your dad? Them first brothers that went in there, they gonna get slayed. And then everybody else is gonna hear about it and what's gonna happen. They gonna get shook. They gonna regret. God. Go ahead.
For all Yasharal knoweth that thy father is a mighty man.
Y'all see that?
All right, because everybody knew about David's reputation. So if you send the first wave in, and then they get massacred, so everybody else who's surrounding it saw that first massacre, they're gonna get slapped. They're gonna get shook.
Right.
That's gonna turn their heart from wanting to fight and pursue David. Go ahead.
And they which be with him are valiant men. And they which be with him are valiant men.
Where we at?
Verse 11. Therefore I counsel that all Yasharal be generally gathered unto thee, from Dan even to Beersheba, as the sand that is by the sea for multitude, and that thou go to battle in thine own person.
Right. So instead of trying to creep up on him and slay him, let's meet him at a battlefield and let's meet head on, face to face, instead of trying to surprise sneak attack, because that's not going to work. Go ahead.
Verse 12. So shall we come upon him in some place where he shall be found, and we will light upon him as the dew falleth on the ground. And of him and of all the men that are with him, there shall not be left so much as one. Moreover, if he be gotten into a city, then shall all Yasharallah bring ropes to that city, and we will draw it into the river until there be not one small stone found there. Verse 14. And Absalom and all the men of Yasharallah said, the counsel of Hushai the Archite is better than the counsel of Ahithophel, for the Most High hath appointed to defeat the good counsel of Ahithophel, to the intent that the Most High might bring evil upon Absalom. Verse 15. Then said Hushai unto Zadok, and to
So you see how if you are out of the spirit, that the people you will go to will lead you away. And you won't know how to decipher because you're out of the spirit. You're not following counsel, right? You're not following the Most High. So what happens? It's easy for somebody to persuade you in a negative way. I mean, when we I think we can see that what's going on, right? Somebody's off here, right? You think they're off? Or do you think they think they're off?
Nah.
They don't think they're off. Why not? Why?
They moving just like them.
They what?
They're moving like that. That individual that doesn't know how to decipher. Some of them, they're moving in the same type of spirit.
Right? What else? Yeah.
Could it be, I asked Bakar this earlier, could it be that these men are men pleasers seeking to please Absalom? So
That-
they want to agree or appeal to his better nature or whatever he wants to do, they're okay with it?
That's part of it. That's definitely a part of it. But we touched over it yesterday, like the attribute.
God, pleases of themselves.
They're what?
Pleases of themselves?
They're lovers of themselves.
Lovers of themselves.
So if you start looking at the negative attributes that the Most High shows us what is negative, and see, it's not too hard to examine yourself if you have a list of things, right? Like if you have a list of things, okay, lovers of themselves, heady, high-minded, proud, right? And we know that what he gave us in Timothy's is just it's not the all, right? There's a lot of negative attributes, but he names majority of them, right? Sums them up in those verses. Or what negative is when you're in that mentality. Well, why isn't these men analyzing themselves and saying, damn, we're totally out of the spirit? You know what I mean? Like, wait, our motives, right? Our thought process is wrong. You gotta think about that. Like, why don't they see that they're off? Like, we're reading it, we can see you got, like, bro, these cats are wicked. But do you feel like that when you're in the situation? No, you don't. You feel like you're what? Right. There's a way that seems right to a man, but the ways thereof are death, right? So you get caught up in that what? We were just talking about it on the way here. You get caught up in the pride. And what does pride do? It blinds you. Right? It blinds you. You can't be told anything. And you only see your direction and what you want. And then when you talk to people, you're going to talk to somebody that is going to agree with what you are doing. And it can be some crazy ass, you're leading me off into madness. And you'll never know because that's what you want. You said it, men pleasing. That's what you want to hear. So I'm gonna go to my cousin, my family member that's gonna what? I'm gonna go to this brother that's gonna tell me what I want to hear. But what was it about the prophets? Every time you hear about them, they were like, don't go to Jeremiah, or don't bring Jeremiah. Don't bring Micah. Why? Because these cats always got something negative to say. They don't never tell us good things. Nah, don't mess with them. That's the difference. The difference is the prophets, the true men of the Most High, it ain't going to be all the time what you want to hear. And that's how you get an inkling of, wait a minute, like every time I come to you, you're telling me good things. There's something wrong here. There's something wrong here. Like, there's gotta be a check somewhere. There's gotta be checks and balances like we talked about. And a lot of people don't look for that. They want to hear what they want to hear. And that's what's going on here. You see these men, they want to hear what they want to hear. They have their own selfish ambitions, right? They're a little bit of men pleasing, most of all pride, right? They really think Absalom is going to be the guy, right? Yeah. And Absalom, on the other hand, is not following his father's example. None of them seeing his father's example, right? The good qualities. Right. Go ahead, read on.
We're in 2 Samuel 17 and verse 15. Then said Hushai unto Zadok and to Abiathar the priest, thus and thus did Ahithophel counsel Absalom and the elders of Yasharallah. And thus have I counseled. Now therefore send quickly.
So, you know why I like this? Ahithophel. Okay, so he was a counselor, right? This cat was the guy with the wisdom, right? Okay, what made him the guy of wisdom? What made him? Let's analyze this through the scriptures. The point of this is to make y'all spiritual warriors, right? To judge, to be able to get your judgment keen. So according to the Bible, what made him the counselor, the man of wisdom? Right? Go ahead, sis.
Are you looking for a scripture?
Yeah, I'm looking for a scripture. I want you to be able to say, well, according to this scripture, this what made him. Let me give you another one. I'm trying to say it in a way not to give it away. What gave him the right to speak and for men to follow? Oh, I'm laughing because I don't want to give it away. What gave him the right? What gives any man the right, any sister the right for you to speak and for them to follow, according to the scriptures? Come on, man. I know you guys are killers in here with the scriptures. Anybody? Come on, Ash. Where you at, baby? Where you at, baby? Where's Ari at? Oh, okay. He's on the call. Don't be scared.
I want to hit him.
What you got?
It doesn't.
Just try it. Listen, we always do this. You throw it up in the air and we shoot it down. That's what we say in council. We like, bro, it's going to get shot down. Go ahead. What you got?
Book of Proverbs.
Okay, what you got?
Book of Proverbs, chapter 8 and verse 14.
Uh-huh.
Counsel is mine, and sound wisdom. I am understanding, I have strength.
Okay, no. The scripture is true, but it doesn't pertain to my question. What made Ahithophel the guy and why to follow him? What makes you the guy and why to follow? Go ahead, sis.
Does 2 Corinthians 13 and 5 apply?
Let a man examine himself. it doesn't answer my question. What? Okay, all right. So we're trying to figure out at what point were they not supposed to follow this guy? Because remember what we read? He was on point
Right.
under David, right?
Con.
And then they had no reason to question, right?
Right.
But then he went off. We as men, as brothers and sisters, we can be on point and then what? Go off. How would you know? Look, I'm giving y'all every step of the way. What?
I got a scripture.
What you got?
2 Samuel chapter 16 and verse 23.
Mm-hmm.
And the counsel of Ahithophel, which he counseled in those days, was as if a man had inquired at the oracle of the Most High.
Well, that's what we're going on. That's what we're going on. That's what I was just quoting. Like, we know that he was counseling and his counsel was on point. At what part when that his counsel went off? How do you know what's the scripture? See. Look, the reason why I'm doing this is because I want to show y'all how are you going to be able to analyze a brother. See, a lot of Israel analyzes through their emotions and be like, oh, he's off. But how do you know he's off? Like, you're going off of your gut feeling? No. You're supposed to go off the scriptures, right? If I lose it, how do you know? Right? Seriously, this is what brothers and sisters don't see. What?
Nehemiah 8:8.
Okay, what you got?
God. So they read in the book of Slakia. So they read in the book, in the law of God, distinctly and gave the sense and caused them to understand the reading.
Okay, how are you trying to apply this to my question?
In the sense of his decisions were supposed to be based on the law, and he was making decisions outside of the law. He was breaking the law multiple
What you're saying is right, but okay, I'll give that one to you. That is correct, right? But let's get a little more sharp.
Yes, sir.
What?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I have. This is 1 Corinthians 14 and 29.
Okay.
It says, let the prophets speak 2 or 3, and let the other judge.
Why you brought that up?
So the other person can hold the one person accountable.
True, that's good. I mean, y'all getting there. Go to Hebrews 13 and 7. Go to Hebrews 13:7.
Hebrews chapter 13, verse 7.
Go ahead.
Remember them which have the rule over you.
So I'm watching Ahithophel, and he has the wisdom, he has the knowledge, right? Con? We're reading that. Where was that at? Where did you pull? In Samuel's?
2 Samuel chapter 16.
16?
16.
We're finding out that, okay, he was on point, he had the rule, he had the wisdom, right? Go ahead.
Who have spoken unto you the word of the Most High.
Right, which goes with the Nehemiah. This is the thing. So, yes, he's speaking the word of the Most High. Go ahead.
Whose faith follows.
Stop. That's the answer. Anybody can speak the word of the Most High, but are you following what you preached? That's how you know when you were supposed to cut off from him. Yeah, it sounds good, but so that's why I said with the Nehemiah was close. You know what I mean? Is because as you see these men come up and preach the word of the Most High. When do you not follow anymore? When their faith, when their faith doesn't follow what they're saying. That's why it says, read it from the top.
Remember them which have spoken the rule over you. Remember them which have the rule over you.
See? Okay, remember these men that have the rule over you. So, we look at a David and say, man, David was wise. He was a wise king. He was a powerful king. Was he wise when he slept with Bathsheba?
Wow.
Okay, so we do what? We check that off of the wise list and follow, right, the righteous attributes. Solomon as well. Solomon wrote so many books, but was he wise when he worshiped other gods?
Wow.
So we don't follow that. You see that? Ahithophel was on point at a time, but you were supposed to leave off from that when his wisdom, the word didn't match his actions. And that's how you would know. Well, I'm watching, remember the scriptures say you know them by their fruit.
God.
So, okay, you're preaching. Why we ain't listening to pastors and preachers in church? Why was church always questionable? Because what happened? You would look at them and you'd be like, man, first of all, the truth wasn't in its entirety, right? You know, God loves, okay, I get that. Right? You're right, God loves. But then you start seeing the cracks in the knowledge. So that's why it was so easy for you to say Christianity was off. Right? There's a lot of things they teach faith, love, and we know a lot of things they don't teach at all. So it's easy for you to leave that. But in the truth, it's a little bit harder. Why? Because knowledge. Now, the other part of this is, if you don't know the knowledge, then you're going to judge the wrong way. So, in order for me to make a correct judgment on you, I got to know what the scriptures say, or else I'm not going to correctly analyze you. And we know when I say judge, meaning analyze, right? We watch our actions, we watch what we do, that we're not lovers of ourselves, we're not heady, we're not high-minded, we're not, right? We go through those lists and say, okay, man, those attributes, I don't see that, right? And when they were watching this brother, at some point, his actions weren't meeting the wisdom, or the wisdom was outside of the scriptures, like you were saying, right? They were supposed to judge and say, wait a minute, that's not scripture. That's not the Most High. That's not what the law says. And nobody did that. So in that, they were what? Men pleasers. Because who you had around you. You had wicked men around you. Right. What you was going to say?
And he was the person, the wise person that gave Absalom the counsel to sleep with David's concubine. So,
what?
And we know that's not in the law.
That's not in the law. Like, why? But you see why a lot of times I'll come back and say, what are we telling you to do?
Right.
And that's how you analyze. But see, a lot of us analyze through emotions. And I don't want to get checked. And your intentions are actually to be negative. So you don't want to hear, don't do this, don't do that. We're not telling you to do anything wicked. Let's go back to the law. What are we pressing you to do? You see that? And that's what you follow. You're like, okay, I can follow that because they're pressing me to do the right thing. And then on top of that, you watch us and you say, okay, are they hypocrites? Well, whose faith follows. Are they moving and they acting and they moving in the standard that they're preaching? That should be a given. You did that in everything. Right? And then you'd be able to say, oh, okay, these cats are up and up. And that's how everybody's supposed to be judged. But once again, if you don't got the scriptures down, you're not going to say, oh, this is lawful, this is unlawful. This is the spirit, this is not the spirit. This is out of the spirit. Damn, there's something wrong with this cat because he's not holding to this. Y'all see that? Excuse me, please. Go ahead, let's finish that. Go ahead.
Who have spoken unto you the word of the Most High.
Right? So he's spoken to you the word of the Most High. You're like, okay, may I acknowledge this cat as an elder, but his faith got to follow. It got to. Go ahead.
Whose faith followed.
There you go. Go ahead.
Considering the end of their conversation.
What?
Considering the end of their conversation.
I was supposed to look at Ahithophel Listen to what he's saying, right? Be able to scripture that, and then if that was off, that killed it right there. Wait a minute, Doc. You want me to go, that's wisdom? To commit adultery? To sleep with my father's concubines? You now left wisdom. The Spirit is no longer embodying you because the law is what? The law is what?
Spiritual.
Right?
It's for light.
Light, it's wisdom. The law is wisdom. So when you say, Dan, you're moving in wisdom, you're moving in the law. So you already told me to do something out of the law. So, nah, bruh, you're off. Y'all see this? See, but you see how keen you got to be in the law, in the scriptures, to know, then you got to be spiritual. Or else you'll make a wrong judgment, be like, well, what are you making me do? Teach you rib? See, but I don't want to deal, it don't seem, like, what are you talking about? We're not telling you anything outside of the laws and commandments. You know what I mean? We want you to be responsible. We want you to do what Christ said. And that's how you can say, damn, okay. And then you watch us, what we do, and say, okay, are they doing what they require? And then you'll start seeing. Like, if I'm a drunk, but I'm requiring you not to be a drunk, that's a problem. If I got a lustful eye, right, you're going to see that. You know what I mean? You're going to be able to see that because this guy just looks at everything a little bit too long. You know what I mean? Yeah, shalom. You're going to be like, well, what's up? What's up with this guy? Huh? See, I'm trying to show you how to analyze and how to make correct judgment, but also how to look at yourself and be able to say, damn, you know what? There's a glitch in me, and I got to bear witness to that. So they didn't see this because they weren't looking in the law, the wisdom of the Most High, above all. And then these cats weren't following what the preaching was. Come on, finish it. That was it? Right, whose faith follows. Very important. You're my elder until you go off. I have elders in the past that I still will acknowledge as elders. Even though some of them went with the comforter, I still will acknowledge Arya as my elder. You know what I mean? Even in his old age, he slipped, but in his works, what he did cannot be undone. You see that? And all my 7 elders, to me, you can't badmouth them because we go do what this guy, David and Solomon, we would be badmouthing them. So I judge them like we supposed to judge the men that did great things. These men paved the path. I don't got nothing negative to say about them. You know what I mean? Now, when their faith didn't follow, I think that's evident, right? In that scene. And okay, you went with the comforter in your old age, something slipped. You see that? Something slipped at that point. So this is how we're going to be able to judge correctly. So, and these guys didn't because their motives, right? Go ahead, jump back.
This is 2 Samuel 17 and verse 16.
Gotta armor brothers and sisters up, man. Go ahead.
Now therefore send quickly and tell David, saying, Lodge not this night in the plains of the wilderness, but speedily pass over, lest the king be swallowed up, and all the people that are with him. Now Jonathan and Ahimaaz stayed by in Rogel, for they might not be seen to come into the city. And a wench went and told them, and they went and told King David. Nevertheless, a lad saw them.
What verse are you at?
Verse 18.
Well, 17 and 18? All right, go ahead.
Verse 18. Nevertheless, a lad saw them and told Absalom. But they went both of them away quickly, and came to a man's house in Bahurim, which had a well in his court, whither they went down. And the women took and spread a covering over the well's mouth, and spread ground corn thereon, and the thing was not known. And when Absalom's servants came to the women to the house, they said, Where is Ahimaaz and Jonathan? And the women said unto them, They be gone over the brook of water. And when they had sought and could not find them, they returned to Jerusalem. And it came to pass, after they were departed, that they came up out of the well, and went and told King David, and said unto David, Arise, and pass quickly over the water.
I was looking up, wench, a female slave, a bondwoman. Yeah. A what?
A young woman of ill fame.
Right, basically a bondwoman, right? Slave. She was a slave, a bondwoman that dwelt in the house, a wench. It's one of those old words that, like, what is that? What is it? Go ahead.
Verse 21, last precept. For thus had Ahithophel counseled against you.
Right, all right, next book. You said what?
Matazar, Shabbat Show, Yehuda, by Yashala.
Matzara, Shabbat Yahweh, Banyashala, Matu, right?
Yahweh Bashim Yahshua Brakathon.
Yahweh, Shemia, Shabbat, Go ahead. You are at, where's he at? He's number 2? Yes. This is actually a really quick reading today, y'all. This is,
Never a quick read, sir. Thank you, sir. Can I have another?
Take that time.
The quick reading, huh? No.
7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Let's do it.
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay.
It looks, on paper, it looks quick, right? Go ahead.
2 Samuel chapter 22.
No, 17
17.
and 22.
Verse 22.
Come.
Then David arose, and all the people that were with him, and they passed over Jordan. By the morning light, there lacked not one of them that was not gone over Jordan. Then
Ahithophel.
Ahithophel.
Yes. Ahithophel, right.
Ahithophel saw that his counsel was not followed.
Mm-hmm.
He saddled his ass and arose and got him home to his house, to his city, and put his household in order, and hanged himself.
Everybody laughs. Oh my God. Well, he already knew what it was. Right? It's like the drama in here is real. He already knew what it was, huh? He knew that his counsel was off. His counsel was wicked. He knew the Most High wasn't with him. He knew the people were going to see through this. Right? You know, that was the honorable thing. No.
He put the house in order.
He said his house in order. That sounds like some Esau stuff. You know what I mean? Fold my clothes. You know what I mean? Fold his garment up. He's going to hang himself real quick. Go ahead.
And died, and was buried in the sepulcher of his father. Then David came to Mahanaim.
What verse you at?
Verse 24.
Mahanaim. Mahanaim. That's a little more closer to ancient Hebrew. Mahanaim. Go ahead.
And Absalom passed over Jordan.
You study the test?
Uh,
Well, if you study the test, is it like that'd be easier to say that one. Go ahead.
He and all the men of Israel with him. And Absalom made Amasa captain of the host instead of Joab, at which Amasa was a man's son, whose name was Ithra, an Israelite, that went into Abigail, the daughter of Nahashon, sister to Zariah.
This is why you can't get caught up on, especially during this time. I mean, now it's the same way. Like names, the same Abigail ain't the same Abigail. How many Marys were in the New Testament? Right? Listen, how many Jesuses were there? Jesus, right? So the archaeologists find a tomb with the name Jesus. Well, was he the son of the Most High one? You see what's going on? That a lot of times names, it could be a different lineage, a different line. So you got to be careful with that, because they try to take you on the line that ain't what you're looking for, right? So we know this is a different Abigail, and that's the same thing that happens now. How many Amoans are there? How many Arias are there? Right? Everybody wants to be the lion, right? How many? There's a lot of Arias. You know, there's a lot of the common names, right? How many like Shariahs? Shiraz or Shariahs? Everybody want to be a princess until they're not, right? You said what? Right, your Pa beautifuls. How many beautiful sisters are there, right? Everybody want to be beautiful, right? So, yeah. Go ahead.
Joab's mother, verse 26. So Israel and Absalom pitched in the land of Gilead. And it came to pass, when David was come to Mahanaim,
Go ahead.
That Shobai, the son of Nahash of Rabbah, of the children of Ammon, and Makar, the son of Amiel of Lodebar, and Barzillai, the Gileadite,
Yeah, he dwelled in Gilead.
Of
Rogelim.
Brought beds and basins and earthen vessels, and wheat and barley, and flour and parched corn, and beans and lentil and parched pulse, and honey and butter, and sheep and cheese of kind.
That's
for David.
right there.
And for the people that were with him to eat, for they said, the people is hungry and weary and thirsty in the wilderness.
On point, but off the point. Like you can see all these things, these resources back then. Go date this period back then, right? It wasn't until this American came up to where we learned how to curl cheese or deal with honey. It wasn't like America would have you believe that. It wasn't to this American found it, then that's when it was created or established. And it be like that with a lot of things. And then when you read it, you're like, wait a minute. During the time that Adam, who was it? No, not Methuselah. It was Tubal Cain. It said he was the artificer of
Was it silver?
no art instruments.
Con.
So you're talking about all the way back during the beginning. We already knew how to deal with instruments and create certain instruments. See, but they have you think what? Well, the first one that created the harp was what?
Michelangelo.
Was all the way back during the time of damn some AD, right? Some BC, excuse me. So just showing you that like it's just little notes like that. You realize, man, Esau be lying to us so much. They be trying to adopt and act like they're the former of everything, right? And they're not. You know, the best cheesemakers are in Italy, right?
Hell no.
Nah, yeah,
You got butter? Come on now. Butter.
yeah.
You churning butter before what? Slavery? You churning butter before, like that was one of the common things with the flour.
I know it's a small thing, but we don't look at that in like a history archaeology mind, and you miss that. So when they start bringing things out, like, oh yeah, this person during this period, it's like, but biblically, way back before that, there was somebody already doing that, right? Just little things you miss. Yeah.
I was gonna say, back when I was first started reading this, you know, I was at work, and I brought this out. Like we literally talked about this.
Right.
Yeah.
What part?
About like I was explaining to them, I was like, yo, we made cheese and butter and stuff like that.
Right.
And I told them like it's in the Bible. Then I showed them. They're like, oh snap, it really is. I'm like, yeah, it's in there.
Yeah, and people don't believe it because Esau owns everything.
Right.
They're better, what's the word? When you like put it out there first, they have better advertisement. They have better advertisement. So they try to own everything, and you look at a person that invents and makes things as a wise person. Yeah.
I was saying this, it goes back to when we don't connect that this is our history.
Yeah.
Right? We reading about David, and a lot of times we picture David as that image we see, the little white boy with the fluffy hair. So you don't connect any of those people to people of color. And then you'll have the politicians that say, well, slavery was good for the blacks because it taught you how to be farmers and blacksmiths.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, that was the guy in Florida.
Oh, Tawada.
Yeah,
Tawada for that.
Yeah.
Didn't know
We
that.
learned some good things, like we learned how to make butter and cheese and slavery. Nah.
That's crazy as hell,
He
bro.
didn't even say that part, but
But no, I know, like, we didn't know nothing until they put the whip on our back. That's when we learned how to farm.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't know that when we fled into Africa.
Yeah.
We didn't know that before Africa. We didn't know that back in Jerusalem. Like,
Thank you for the conquistadors.
you should be grateful
Yeah, right.
for that whip. Yeah.
I have that precept for the ball.
Yeah.
Genesis chapter 4 and verse 22. It says, in Zillah, she also bare Tubal Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron.
Oh, it was brass. It goes down though. There was somebody that was in that same chapter that goes over the music. I thought it was the music.
Yeah, there is.
Verse 21. Okay, read down.
Verse 21. And his brother's name was Jabal. He was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ.
There you go. So we had music back then. It wasn't until the little white girl started to play the harp. You know what I mean? That we learned about the harp.
Wasn't Beethoven. They had to
Yeah.
home with that. They teaching that Beethoven was the father of all the music.
Beethoven was, according to certain images, Beethoven was black though.
And I told him that part too.
Yeah, Beethoven was black. But it wasn't. Truthfully, it wasn't. You know, like they're tripping about Beyonce doing country music.
Oh, yeah.
And then, bro, Esau. Like I love what America is becoming because that iron and clay.
Yeah.
Now they're like, no, wait a minute. Banjo music was played in slavery, and they started coming out on the. They said this on the news. It was like this was played in Africa, and there's one cat on MSNBC, man. You could tell like he listens to rap music. You could tell because he'll go with the lyrics about it, but you can tell he's probably one of those Edomite boys that was hanging around with Jake. But he be putting them on blast, like nah, like all the hatred, and he'll tell you the history of this stuff, how it goes back to us. But yeah, once again, we didn't know country music when little did you know. First of all, everybody knows that Elvis.
Oh, he stole that from
Everybody knows that Elvis stole not only a 13-year-old girl, but he also stole the dang music, right? And they don't want to come to terms with that. They're thieves. The troglodytes. These cats were in the cave. What the hell did they know? You know what I mean? It wasn't to that we had to reteach them coming out of the caves, man. Remember, man, what does the Alta Cuesta call them? No. The Hungars, right? What other names? What are they? The Khazars. There you go. Remember, these Khazars didn't even know how to take a shower. They didn't change their underwear, right? Now, that being said, remember, if you want to technically be technical about this, Esau was Jacob's brother. Esau learned things too. Like a lot of this stuff is history passed down, right? So Tubal-Cain and all of them, just from that perspective, that was passed down. Music, the metalwork, all these things were passed down. So I'm sure Esau, before they went into the caves and started being damn animals, they knew that too. And then they had to be retaught that. But Esau is not the former all things. Jacob is, right? Because Jacob, first of all, the first man was black, not Caucasian. So that's why it says that. But yeah, it's just something. And I know it's petty. Well, we could go back and forth about the pettiness. But the reason why we gotta be petty is because the white man always claims that he's the former of everything. And all these, only during Black History Month. You should see the stuff they talk about during Black History Month. That the inventions that the black man, Native Americans made, right? It's literally everything. I'll put it like this. It's a lot of important things that have to do with our society. And they don't give you the credit. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's jump back. Come on. Who got a hand? Yeah.
Most of the stuff that they teach in school about Black History Month is either Martin Luther King or Harriet Tubman.
Yeah, that's it. That's because, think about it. What is Esau going to learn when he has to be schooled by us? The law, statutes, commandments, right? Yeah. And if it came to history, he's going to learn what? How they got destroyed. So let's be fair about this. What kingdom is going to have you as a slave in the kingdom and then tell you we're a great people? They're doing their job being the devil. They're doing their job. Like, there's no kingdom that's going to have you there and tell you, man, you were greater than us. None. They're going to be like, look, you're low, right? You're nothing. And it's going to happen to them. And that's what the reality of what is going to go on in this world that nobody wants to face. That whatsoever you sow, you shall reap. The nations are going to reap what they did to the sons of God. And I know they don't want to hear about that. Yeah.
Just on the point, like what Carl was saying.
Yeah.
Or like, say they like to take credit for everything.
Yeah.
Even on the genetic aspect, they like to say that the reason why we're so athletic and so, aesthetically pleasing and so on is because on the plantations, they were breeding us. They'd take like the buck.
Really?
Yeah, they'd take the buck.
That's the new thing?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I was going over that when I used to work. I first started reading.
Yeah.
I had a white boy, Edomite in there. He was mixed. His mom was Israelite. And
oh, they made us aesthetically pleasing with their flat asses.
That's what he was saying.
Oh, thank you for your flat ass.
They beautified us, but not them.
Yeah. Thank you, bro. You look at these damn Edomite women.
That makes sense.
First of all, there was a post on World Star. You know they get stupid on World Star, but they were like, man, these white girls are evolving thanks to the black man, right? Thanks to black baby daddies. Like your white woman ain't getting plump off of doing damn squats. Her flat cakes cannot get that thick without black jeans, right? But yeah, that is insane. It's literally the opposite. Think about the aesthetics. It doesn't make sense. If that was the case, then your lips would be plump without you shooting them up, right? Your lips would be plump, your butt would be plump without shooting them up. Your breasts would be thicker, without getting fake breasts. Right? And I'm not saying white women breasts they don't get. You're talking about as a nation. You know what I mean? What are we known for? Bro, y'all gotta go back to man, the natives, us in our natural form and state. The beauty, the long hair, the beautiful skin, right? Before Esau came and defiled us, it was all about, man, we were a gorgeous people. Yeah. So if anything, you didn't do it, and I'm not talking against mixed kids, but that's what they deem as beauty, right? They deem that as beauty. Right, the white kid, the white and the black mix. Right, all that is Puerto Rican. What?
He's not here today.
You still look like the tribes of Israel.
Kind of, like just going off of that point, because when a lot of the
That's a joke, y'all.
when a lot of the
that was a joke, I know. It doesn't mean Puerto Rican. But I'm talking about. Yeah, I hope y'all know what I'm talking about.
God.
Now I know y'all do, and somebody catch me online at the wrong time. So you said black and white makes Ephraimites?
The chart is up.
It's a joke. Yeah.
But, just going back to your point, that when they were the Europeans were coming over here, they actually equated us to like the women as like angels or something like that because of their beauty.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I mean, and then the men like that we was like just quick and we just
Come on.
had the strength of like the gods or something like that. I read something like that.
Yeah, I know we were beautiful. I know we were handsome, but it said when they met us that the Spanish handed us a sword the wrong way and we grabbed it. You know what I mean? Because we were so kind. How it says in Deuteronomy, his eye was tender to his brother, right? We had an actual love for humanity and brotherhood. So we were over. The problem was we trust the devil, right? We had that love, and we trust the devil, and he misused it. But the beauty, like when you go into Pocahontas and everything, that story is convoluted, like about Pocahontas. But anyway, of course, what I think it is, because the story is not clear, is that Esau wanted to do what? Give him a nice engine, right? Y'all seen the flower moon?
Not yet.
You didn't see that? Y'all gotta see that. That shows you how Esau became Native Americans, right? Little Blackfoot. No, you little damn pale, the pale horse, bruh. So, Killers of Flower Moon. So what they did is they would marry Native women. And now first of all, your children would be half Native American. That means the kids would get that. But what they were doing, they would even kill the kids. You have one guy in there, he like, okay, so they're half Native. Do I get their money if they're talking about money and land. Like if they die, do I get that? He says, well, you know it sounds like you're going to kill your kids, right? He's like, no, I'm just saying. This is Esau, what Esau was doing. What? Yeah, crime. That movie's vicious, man. That movie's vicious. Y'all gotta watch that, yeah.
Yeah, I just keep standing up. Yeah, we just watched The Revenant. I watched it for the first time.
That was a good one, wasn't it?
And I was like, oh, this like the Pocahontas thing.
Right.
So.
It is like the Pocahontas thing. I didn't think about that. Now that you mention it. But Leonardo DiCaprio, he had an injured son, right? You heard what they call them, tree niggas?
Tree niggas.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of the movie. I love that. I love when they show their hatred. You know what I mean? When those actors do those lines. Like, first of all, I like, what's his name that played the villain? I love that dude. Esau plays a good damn villain. But yeah, they just show, how they think about us. You're over here in our land, and that's why when Gad checks them, like, nah, y'all came here. This is our land. It's beautiful. I love that movie. But yeah, man, that's the thing when it comes to, what were we talking about? We still on the part of the innovation. Yeah, being innovative, man. We jumped to flat asses.
Flat Earth.
We jumped to Esau mingling, and they make us better, apparently. Now, first of all, the long hair of Gad, we didn't need Esau for that. We could just go marry a Gadite. You know what I mean? And because Gad still had long hair, even though it was that thick. Like Shalomai has that. You got to fill her hair. You're thinking it's like real. You know how Gad, it looks like it just
curls. It
doesn't. Thick, but it's thick. It's like half Judah, a watered out version of Judah.
It looks silky.
It
looks silky, but it's not. It's actually really coarse. Because my mom has that hair.
Yeah, where if she were to dry it, it's still a little bit.
It gets froey.
Yeah, you can go. Maybe you're an Israelite woman and still have that hair. Like you didn't give us, you know what I mean, the silky smoothie hair. We wanted that. Esau, man, is so much of a liar. But yeah, God, that's crazy. The narrative they're trying to paint in school for the kids is insane. And then the series, they're taking out any what's the word? In what?
You said implementation.
No, that's not the word. Yeah, no, indication. They're taking out in these series any indication of slavery. Like when you look at series now, all the blacks and the whites, we were just equal. Like you look at different series, it ain't no like you're a slave. We don't want to be around you. They're taking that out of all the series. Why? Because now to paint the narrative, right? No, slavery wasn't that bad, right? You learn how to make cheese. You learn how to make cheese, yeah.
You know why they're doing it? They're doing it because Israel's waking up. You see, the brothers on the four corners, every street corner in America, teaching our history.
Yeah.
They fear the black man. As there's a council of Jewish people saying that the youth of the blacks are the most threat to them than anybody in the world. They fear us before any other nation. It's a council of the Jewish leaders.
Council of Nicaea part 2.
They said that the youth of the blacks are the major threat to them.
Wow.
I think I saw that.
Because we teach hatred.
We teach our people what.
That to them, that's hatred.
God.
We teach our people what happened.
and what they did to us and who they are, so we're teaching hatred.
Hating lies.
Yeah.
Like they fear that we control the narrative now instead of, the people in the high.
Oh, yeah.
We control our narrative now, and they fear that.
You can't stop this wave of truth going through the earth.
Right.
You perfect. Come on, let's jump back.
God.
2
Samuel chapter 18 verse 1.
Yeah, quick reading. Go ahead.
And David numbered the people that were with him and set captains of thousands and captains of hundreds over them. David sent forth a third part of the people under the hand of Joab, and a third part under the hand of Abishai, the son of
Zariah?
Zariah, Joab's brother, and a third part under the hand of Ittai, the Gittite. And the king said unto the people, I will surely go forth with you myself also. But the people answered, Thou shalt not go forth, for if we flee away, they will not care for us. Neither if having us die, will they care for us. But now thou art worth 10,000 of us. Therefore now it is better that thou succor us out of the city. Verse 4. And the king said unto them, What seemeth you best, I will do.
Go ahead.
And he's showing right here, David, his humility. Even though he's still the king, and you got thousands of people.
He was the king of the people.
God.
Yeah.
And he still took counsel.
Yeah, that's what you see every step of the way. Like, he considered the matter. Brothers, you're not going to be the king of your castle until you're able to hear and consider the matter. And then give correct judgment. Right? A lot of times, brothers don't show that part, and you're not going to show that you are a just king of your castle. You got to show them that you're willing to listen, you're willing to hear. And I know how that works too. You're like, but every time I do that, I give her a little rope, she try to hang me with it. It still doesn't mean you're not supposed to be just. You got to put that in line. You know what I mean? You can't forfeit the true standard in your true character because of a little bit of hesitation and out of orderness. Look at the king. He put it in line. It's nothing to go back and say, nah, listen. But still, you're not going to act stupid. You know what I mean? It's nothing to do that. But if you don't show that balance, then you're not going to be found blameless. It's going to be like, well, he doesn't let me talk. They got something to say about it. He's always talking over me. You got to let him talk. You got to hear the matter, judge the matter. Well, you never listen to me. Okay, well at this point I got to explain what I'm doing. Well, I'm not listening to you because every time I listen to you, you try to usurp authority. See, I would take your advice, but you try to master over me, and that's not right. So you got to show her what you're doing. Remember, your rib is your officer. She's the first one you're going to teach to show how to maneuver in the spirit of the Most High. If you're not explaining your logic, then how you guys are going to go to war together against the world? So a lot of brothers, you rule with the iron fist, just do it. Hey, that's your prerogative, but I guarantee you, when you look at a just king, what we're seeing, if you rule with balance, justice, if you rule with integrity, right, then you start to see that, okay, damn, she's more willing to give herself, follow, hear, because this man is well-rounded. But when you are just follow,
You gotta tell them why. Well, why you not listening to me? Listen, because I'm not listening to you at this time, and I will listen to you when you really respect my decision making. But every time I make a decision, you got something to say. I gotta go through that with my ribs. Yeah, so I get that too. You're like, well, she don't respect me, so I have to just not. There's still a way in that to lead with justice, but you gotta be what? You gotta explain. You gotta talk to your ribs. A lot of brothers don't like talking to their ribs and laying it out to them why and what you're doing. Even with your kids, why are you getting this butt whooping? Why am I leading you this way? You know what I mean? There's got to be conversations, man. And that's what we're seeing with this man. His character is like he's showing them through his actions and through him. You know what? Let's do it your way then. I'm listening. I hear you, my people. Right? Do you do that in the home? A lot of times you don't. A lot of times you're like, you make crazy decisions and they're like, why? Just do it. But, okay, calm, I'll do it. But when are you going to teach her to show her why your logic is the way it is? Does that not make sense? Okay, you got to understand that. It doesn't work the other way. You're free to do whatever the hell you want. But I know this. Look at a man that runs a kingdom the right way. It lasts longer. Right? Go ahead.
And the king stood by the gate side, and all the people came out by hundreds and by thousands. Verse 5. And the king commanded Joab and Abishai and Ittai, saying, deal gently for my sake with my young man, even with Absalom. And all the people heard when the king gave all the captains charge concerning Absalom. So the people went out into the field against Israel, and the battle was in the wood of Ephraim. Verse 7. Where the people of Israel were slain before the servants of David. And there was a great slaughter that day of 20,000 men. For the battle was there scattered over the face of all the country. And the wood devoured more people that day than the sword devoured. Verse 9.
Yeah.
What exactly does that mean, like the wood devoured?
You gotta watch these series. You know how when there's war and you're in the middle of trees and a lot of wood? Yeah, like people falling down wood and running into a tree or trees, you know, whether they're burning stuff up. Yeah. Go ahead.
Verse 9. And Absalom met the servants of David. And Absalom rode upon a mule. And the mule went under the thick bough of a great oak. And his head caught hold of the oak.
Right, and you know, we go here to show, look, this is how you know it was a fro. It wasn't no stringy hair. For you to get caught up in a tree, bruh, imagine your fro, how big that had to be. You know? Okay, he was a tall man. He was a tall, handsome man. Still, for your hair to get tangled and you to hang there, that's a whole different thing.
And it gotta be some strong hair too.
It gotta be strong hair. Like, it didn't just say he hung and he fell off. You're hanging there. Go ahead.
And he was taken up between heaven and the earth. And the mule that was under him went away. And a certain man saw it and told Joab and said, behold, I saw Absalom hanged in an oak. And Joab said unto the man that told him, and behold, thou sawest him, and why didst thou not smite him there to the ground? And he would have taken and I would have given thee 10 shekels of silver and a girdle. And the man said unto Joab, though I should receive 1,000 shekels of silver in my hand, ye would not put forth mine hand against the king's son.
Yet would I not put put forth my hand against the king's son. Like, I ain't stupid.
Right. That's what he said.
I'm gonna leave that one for somebody else.
I was about to say, what,
Yeah.
is that almost like the same thing when that one servant came to David and said that I smote Saul and his.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
So he did the smart thing, and this brother did. He did the smart thing, saying I ain't even touch you.
I learned. I'm watching the king. I'm like, I'm not gonna lay my hand into the Lord's anointed. They're gonna have to hear about him getting killed by somebody, and we don't know who he is. He fell on the sword. Go ahead.
For in our hearing the king charged thee, Abishai, and Ittai, saying, beware that none touch the young man Absalom.
Right, and you heard the order.
Right.
So yeah, this cat was on point. You see, he was on point to say, nah, this was the order. You can give me 1,000 shekels. It'd be worthless. Because I know what David's gonna do to me. I ain't gonna live to spend that.
The mighty man.
Go ahead.
Verse 13. Otherwise, I should have wrought falsehood against mine own life. For there is no matter hid from the king, and thou thyself wouldest have set thyself against me.
Yeah, you've been the first one to be like, what? What'd he do? Right. Joab he's capping.
All right, next one.
Rakah war, Shaka Shah, God, Banya Sha'Allah.
Rakah war, Sabbath God, but Yashala, imagine, Brock.
Yahweh Ba'asham, Yahweh Shai Bakatham.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai, stop.
You are verse 14 down to 19 and 1. Oh. Oh, it's just go ahead.
Second Samuel chapter 18, verse 14. Then said Joab, I may not tarry thus with you. And he took 3 darts in his hand and thrust them through the heart of Absalom while he was yet alive in the midst of the oak. And 10 young men that bare Joab's armor compassed about and smote Absalom and slew him. And Joab blew the trumpet, and the people returned from pursuing after Israel. For Joab held back the people. And they took Absalom and cast him into a great pit in the wood, and laid a very great heap of stones upon him. And all Israel fled, every one to his tent. And Absalom, in his lifetime, had taken and reared up for himself a pillar which is in the king's dale. For he said, I have no son to keep my name in remembrance. And he called the pillar after his own name. And it is called...
Oh man, so Absalom didn't have a son. Most High hit him like that, hit him twofold. You don't need to be bringing no wicked seed in. Bruh, the Most High, what did it say, you'll be cast down in the streets? Like, that's how dirty he was done. Go ahead.
And it is called unto this day Absalom's place.
That's why the Most High tell you don't judge a man according to his outward appearance. So what? He's beautiful. He's a beautiful mess. Go ahead.
Verse 19. Then Ahimaaz, the son of Zadok, let me now run and bear the king's tidings, how that the Most High had avenged him of his enemies.
So Zadok was the priest, right? So Zadok's son, right? Go ahead.
And Joab said unto him, Thou dost not bear tidings this day, but thou shalt bear tidings another day. But this day thou shalt bear no tidings, because the king's son is dead. And then said Joab to Cushai, Go, tell the king what thou hast seen. And Cushai bowed himself unto Joab and ran. Then Ahimaaz, the son of Zadok, yet again to Joab, But howsoever, let me, I pray thee, also run after Cushai. And Joab said, Wherefore wilt thou run, my son, seeing that thou hast no tidings ready? But howsoever, said he, let me run. And he said unto him, Run. Then Ahimaaz ran by the way of the plain, and overran Cushai. And David sat between two gates, and the watchman went up to the roof over the gate unto the wall, and lifted up his eyes, and looked, and behold, a man running alone. And the watchman cried, and told the king. And the king said, If he be alone, there is tidings in his mouth. And he came a pace, and drew near. And the watchman saw another man running. And the watchman called unto the porter, and said, Behold, another man running alone. And the king said, He also bringeth tidings. And the watchman said, Me thinketh the running of the foremost is like the running of Ahimaaz, the son of Zadok. And the king said, He is a good man, and cometh with good tidings. And Ahimaaz called and said unto the king, All is well. And he fell down to the earth upon his face before the king, and said, Blessed be the Most High thy power, which hath delivered up the man that lifted up their hand against my lord the king. And the king said, Is the young man Absalom safe? And Ahimaaz answered, When Joab sent the king's servant, and me, thy servant, I saw a great tumult, but I knew not what it was. And the king said unto him, Turn aside and stand here. And he turned aside and stood still. And behold, Cushai came. And Cushai said, Tidings, my lord the king, for the Most High hath avenged thee this day of all them that rose up against thee. And the king said unto Cushai, Is the young man Absalom safe? And Cushai answered, The enemies of my lord the king, and all that rise up against thee, to do thee hurt, be as that young man is. And the king was much moved, and went up to the chamber over the gate, and wept. And as he went, thus he said, My son Absalom, my son Absalom, with the Most High, I had died for thee, O Absalom, my son, my son.
You have to love your son. You know, but like I was talking to, like we were talking yesterday, you gotta love your son, but you have to realize that you gotta detach the emotions from it at some point, because the decisions that your son has to make, he has a choice too to follow the Most High. Absalom had a choice all the way through, to repent, to change, to stop, to let go. He had a choice, right? What's that, Ecclesiastes? Okay, what you got?
We talk about this too.
Okay.
Ecclesiastes chapter 22 and verse 11. Weep for the dead, for he lost a life, and weep for the fool, for he wanteth understanding.
The dead, I mean, their chance, their opportunity to change is done. That's it. Now, you're going to, you lost a loved one, you got the memories, but that's it for them. There's no repentance in the grave, right? We don't?
Make little weeping for the dead, for
Right,
he is...
because we know, through the truth, we know what happens to that soul. That spirit goes back to the Father, right? So they're not in the physical realm anymore. They're going to have to bear their account for what they've done, but they're not here suffering on this realm, right? Read.
For he is at rest.
Come on.
But the life of the fool.
But the fool, the one that's still alive, the one that's not conscious, not circumspect, right? The brother, the sister that the Most High speaks once, speak twice, speak 3 times, speak 4 times, because he's merciful, and still not hearing, still not humbling, still moving around in pride. Go ahead.
Is worse than death.
That's worse than death. Why? Because think about what your actions, the consequences of your actions is going to bring to you. That slow death, that shame, that bad name, everything you touch is crumbles. That's worse than the death. That name, that reputation is done. And if you're walking around not conscious and not humble enough to say, I have to start rebuilding myself, preparing myself, you're the walking dead. But yeah, that's the reality.
God, wow.
Is that like, because it's like, it's hard to see somebody fall, and you try everything you can to help.
Right. Yeah.
And it's hurting you.
It's a natural thing for it to hurt. It's your child. It's a brother. You're like, damn, I didn't want him to go down this path. But the reality of it is everybody got to make their decision.
Right.
Like, you can't control somebody's decision. And this is how it gets more intimate. You really realize that, damn, even with my kids, I can't control them. At a certain point, they're gonna, the only thing you can do is this. What I'm realizing is at a young age, understand and look at and try to understand their thoughts and how they really feel and think. And speak to that and show them and try to guide them in those feelings and emotions. That way the negative logic don't overcome them. But that being said, they all got to make the decision themselves. So, David was a wise man. I'm sure his sons got a lot of that. But a lot of time, king's son, they think they're what? Entitled. You looking at Absalom? You can tell that was in him. He felt he was entitled to the throne from day one. So entitled that he was going to make his move the wrong way. So, the entitlement and the babying and the pampering, a lot of times your child thinks he deserves something that he doesn't deserve or really doesn't understand how to get those things, So you got to be able to speak to that reality to them. Yeah, man. Go ahead.
I'm reading to verse 1.
Yeah.
2 Samuel chapter 19, verse 1. And it was told Joab, behold, the king weepeth and mourneth for Absalom.
Yeah.
Asher Yah, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yashrala.
Asher Yah, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yashrala. What?
Yahweh Bahasham, Yahweh Shah Brakatham.
Yahweh, Ban Yashrala. Oh, you're at, yeah, down to verse 22.
2 Samuel chapter 19 and verse 2. And the victory that day was turned into mourning unto all the people. For the people heard say that day how the king was grieved for his son. And the people gathered them by stealth that day into the city, as people being ashamed steal away when they flee into battle. But the king covered his face and cried with a loud voice, O my son Absalom, O Absalom, my son, my son. And Joab came into the house to the king and said, Thou hast shamed this day the faces of all thy servants, which this day have saved thy life, and the lives of thy sons and of thy daughters.
See, his position and what was going on required a different theme. You'd think, well, his son is dead, but his son was wicked, right? So, what is Joab reminding him? That his position requires for him not to cry. Crazy, huh? But how many of us can come to that terms and be like, well, what's up with you? Why you ain't crying? Well, because this requires this in this moment. Yeah.
Does Absalom being buried under stones, does that count as like a proper burial?
Yeah, that counts as a proper burial. More so though, mediocre though. Right? Mediocre as opposed to buried in sepulchres, buried among the kings. You got a mediocre death. I mean, a burial. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was about to say, like, because like when you're an honorable man, don't you get buried with your fathers?
Right, you get buried with your fathers, with your kings. You can tell. That's what I was saying. He was buried. He died in dishonor. He was buried in dishonor. Like there was nothing honorable about what he did in the end. You know. So David is crying. Go ahead.
And to the lives of thy wives, and the lives of thy concubines. Verse 6. And that thou lovest thine enemies, and hatest thy friends. For thou hast declared this day that thou regardest neither princes nor servants. For this day I perceive that if Absalom had lived, and all we had died this day.
Joab is a cold cat though, man. This cat, he got a point, but damn, bro. You got a point here, but bro, like my son just died, right? He turned wicked. He turned against me. How else am I supposed to process this? Well, he's there to show you like a king, right? If it was anybody, well, what am I supposed to do? You're supposed to be a king. You can't process this. This was an enemy, right? Yeah. No, the sister in the back.
So I just wanted to ask a quick question on Zadok's son and Cushai. I'm a bit confused on why both of them went to the king. Like, I know, I guess Cushai told him his son was dead, but what was Zadok's son telling him?
You got the priesthood delivering the message. And a regular soldier delivering the message. Yeah. What you was gonna say?
It's like Joab doing like he's kind of being his brother's keeper in this moment, right? He's just telling the king to
let's think about Joab. He is being his brother's keeper, but isn't he pressing that line?
Yeah.
He is, because like, come on, your son was your enemy. Your son just got destroyed. It's a situation where it's a touchy one. And then now you're rebuking me and you're checking me on that. Connie's right, but damn, could we turn it down a little bit?
Yeah. So like
that's like me, your son dying, and then I'm going back out. We gotta roll, bro. We ain't got time for this. You be like, I get it, but damn, can I get just a moment to process this? So, by all means, Joab is correct, right? But there's a, what did it say? There's a correction that's not how does it go? It says find it. You know where I'm at. But yeah, see me or something like that. Like his timing on this is kind of
He's off.
his sympathy is not there.
It's the same thing that Moses and Aaron, when Aaron's sons died.
Yeah.
Moses had to show Aaron that you still have priesthood duties. You still have to keep that sacrifice.
There you go.
Same thing.
Bruh, you ain't got time for that. I'm glad you brought that out.
All right.
You ain't got time for this. So it's those two dynamics that are there that the king gotta check himself. But Joab, he also gotta realize that, damn, okay, he's still a man, right? He's still a man, and this happened. Go ahead.
Last precept of verse 6. And then it had pleased thee well. Verse 7. Now therefore arise, go forth, and speak comfortably unto thy servants. For I swear by the Most High, if thou go not forth, there will not tarry one with thee this night.
Right? So remember the people. Remember the people. Right? Look, everybody's watching you. You gotta go before them. You gotta speak. Right? You gotta remember you're a man, you're a king of the people. Right? Absalom wasn't a good cat. Right? What?
Ecclesiastes chapter 20, verse 1.
Yeah.
God, it says, there is a reproof that is not comely.
Right. Your timing on this. Now, once again, y'all, I'm not saying what Absalom was saying was wrong. I mean, what Joab was saying was wrong. But there's like your timing on this, you going in. Right? Go ahead.
God, there's a reproof that is not comely. Again, some men hold his tongue.
Right. He could have dialed it back a little bit. Right? But he's going in on it. Your son dies, your family member dies, and you're like, listen, let the dead bury the dead. Let's get this. You know what I mean? But all you do is going back to work. You speak on weekends. Right? That's your whole truth adventure. So why can't he go see his dad? You see that? It don't make sense. Like now we in the middle of, now if you're a teacher, like we keep saying, that might require a different thing. Well, I might not have time. Imagine if I was the only teacher. I might not have that time to go do all that, right? So your calling, the level you're calling, right? Your office requires different things. Y'all see that? The brother told me that. He was like, brother, you haven't really even processed your dad. And I'm like, well, I process it. He's not here. He's gone. You know what I mean? That's the way I process it. Like, the only thing I can do is just, let me just keep rolling. You know what I mean? To take some time out. He had me thinking, damn, man, did I not process this right? But then, I don't break out and then just, I did that 2-3 times and, yes, I think about it, but I don't like, damn, wait a minute. You don't break down because you didn't process it the right way, so you just break down and like, right? I didn't do that. I'm like, I process it. And there's nothing wrong with that, y'all. I'm just saying that you gotta know your duty. Your duty and what needs to be done. Not saying don't mourn. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you process it the way you're supposed to and you move on. Right, back to the work. Let the dead bury the dead. The dead is gone. Right? Let's move on in the spirit of the Most High. Push forward. Yeah.
On the point, I wanted to know this precept.
Yeah, what you got?
It's like one of my favorites.
First.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 50 and verse 4.
Yeah.
Oh, you know this one?
No, go ahead. Yeah. Read it. Yeah.
The Lord God have given me the tongue of the learned, that I should know how to speak a word in season
Yeah.
to him that is weary.
Yeah. Perfect. You know, it tells you, Paul came back and said, mourn with them that mourn. Right? Once again, though, Joab wasn't wrong.
Right.
He could have just dialed it, said a little bit of the more brotherhood in the middle of that. You know what I mean? As opposed to, bro, man the hell up. Bro, you got a kingdom to run. The people are watching you. You're right, Doc. You're right. You see? Go ahead. Let's jump back. What?
Slack you. What was the precept that Arya had? I didn't.
Ecclesiastes chapter 20, verse 1.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah.
I kind of had a question, because when I first read this and I saw that Joab had did that, I kind of thought that he was in the wrong, because, you know, I was thinking like the war was done already, and, you know, the laws and everything was already established. So I thought he was like going out of line or something like that.
Nah, he wasn't, because listen to what he's saying here. Read the last verse.
Verse 6.
Right, go ahead.
In that, okay, we'll read from 5.
No, verse 6.
Verse 6. Come. In that thou lovest thine enemies and hatest thy friends.
See, that was the point. This is what it looks like when you're crying. And first of all, I'm sure people died in this situation. You know.
Oh, come.
So what does it look like? It looks like you're crying for the enemy, right?
Yeah, I think I see what you're saying. There's casualties on both sides, and he's.
No. In his position, his enemy was his son, right? And you're crying for your enemy. People are going to look at you a certain way when all they did was stand by you.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. It's going to look like you don't care about everybody.
That's what he said, right?
No,
Watch, read on. Come on.
Come. It says, for thou hast declared this day that thou regardest neither princes nor servants.
Right, you don't care about your princes or your servant. You're crying over here about the enemy. Well, what about the ones that went to war for you? See, it's a different dynamic now.
Yeah.
You got all these people following you. They stuck by your side.
Yeah.
And you're crying for your son. Yeah, but how many of these princes died or in this battle? You see that?
Yeah.
Do you not care for them? Go ahead.
For this day I perceive that if Absalom had lived, and all we had died this day, then it had pleased thee well. Now therefore arise, go forth. And
Joab's a hard man. The way he delivered it was hard, straight to the point. Right? But he wasn't wrong in what he was saying. Yeah.
Ecclesiastes 22 and 6.
Okay. Yeah.
Ecclesiastes chapter 22 and verse 6. A tale out of season is like music in the morning, but stripes and correction of wisdom are never out of time. Time. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, check this out. It's never out of time. But there's a reproof that is not coming. How are we balancing this? Well, let's go back to Ecclesiastes 3. There's a time for all things. Right?
There's a time to weep and a time to weep.
Right.
There
There you go. It's a time to weep. So that's what you see how you got to have all the scriptures or else one weighs down more than the other. But that last scripture now kind of settles things in the even plane to say, okay, well, now it goes back to, like I say a lot, time and judgment. Because now you got to have
judgment. He could have did that, but you see how he came, it just seems a little bit harsh. You know, he didn't understand the plight of how David was. Now, let's look at it like this. Did not David mourn for Saul?
Yeah.
David mourned for Saul. So Joab could have came back and said, wait a minute, this is what type of king he is. It's not just, it's about his son. It's his son, right? And he's thinking about things greater than just, it's sympathy for his son, right? He was a man of the Most High, right? You know, I mean, look at what he did with Saul. Saul was wicked, right? So he's thinking like, well, damn, this is my son. Let me cry more for him. What you gonna say?
I was looking at it. Well, you brought another aspect, but from the other aspect, from Ecclesiastes 3, there's a time and place for all things.
Yeah.
You're coming back into your kingdom, and now you got to account for just being in battle. So there's not really the time and process. You got to get things back in order. You got to get back to functioning.
That's why I said Joab was right.
God.
It's just his method, how he went about to go do it.
Right.
Right? And his sharpness with it, he could have dialed that back a little bit.
Right.
But he's totally right. Look, everybody's watching him. Go ahead.
2 Samuel chapter 19, verse 7.
Now
therefore arise, go forth, and speak comfortably unto thy servants. For I fear by the Most High, if thou go not forth, there will not tarry one with thee this night. And that
everybody's going to abandon you. So you got your duty as a king. Go ahead.
And that will be worse unto thee than all the evil that befell thee from thy youth until now.
Mm-hmm.
Then the king arose and sat in the gate, and they told unto all the people, saying, Behold, the king doth sit in the gate. And all the people came before the king, for Israel had fled every man to his tent. And all the people were at strife throughout all the tribes of Israel, saying, The king saved us out of the hand of our enemies, and he delivered us out of the hand of the Philistines. And now he is fled out of the hand of Absalom. And Absalom, whom we anointed over us, is dead in battle. Now therefore, why speak ye not a word of bringing the king back? And
Salaki, I like that. There's certain things that we can't just let go, jump over our head, because as Israelites, that timing on correction is very important, because we got a lot of people thinking that all Israelites do is just cut, right? Because they don't have, somebody get Colossians 4 and 6 real quick. Just going back to what you was bringing out about Joab. He wasn't wrong. And our brothers that go out there and they cry aloud, spare not, they're not wrong, right? But are you being tactful? Are you going with the other scriptures? Are you having compassion on Israel? Right, read.
Colossians chapter 4, verse 6. Let your speech be always with grace, seasoned with salt.
Season. Don't be over salty, don't be under, right? The scripture says, don't trim your ways to seek love. But it also says, again, who will have compassion on the ignorant? Right? Our people have to understand that there's a time and a place, and the method is very important. You know, if you don't, the zeal of my people burns them up.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, parents should be so frustrated at what the child is not understanding that your delivery, your punishment can go over and not hit the point, when it could be just timing is all you need, and tact is all you need, having your words properly delivered. Go ahead.
That ye may know how ye ought to answer every man.
Right. The man that's mourning, the man that needs to be checked, the woman that's brand new, the woman that's been around.
Yeah.
You don't deal with the new person, you deal with the person that's been around.
Yeah.
You have it seasoned different, you deliver it different, but it's still not watering down what they need to hear.
Right, exact. Perfect, beautifully said. Colossians what?
4 and 6.
Yeah, that's beautifully said. Yeah, go ahead. Just jump back. You know, damn, you said that so perfect, because a lot of brothers
don't, once again, it's the unbalanced. It's unbalanced. It's like I'm choosing one side of the Bible, but all these other scriptures, I'm not. That's why it's important that we really look through the gospel, because if not, you're going to be excessive in every area. It says, be not excessive towards any. Yeah, go ahead.
Verse 11.
Yeah.
I was, cause I remember reading it and I thought like the same way Montezar had brought it out. I thought like the fight was over with. So.
So you thought it was over with, so it was okay for him to.
Kind of like how, what was the previous scenario where somebody had got killed. I forget who it was.
Right.
He got killed, and then he did it in secret to go and kill the dude who killed him, who killed his brother. Yeah.
Was it?
Tomorrow,
Yeah, but then I went back to verse 5.
Mm-hmm. Right.
To read what he said, and he said deal gently with them. So I was wondering, like, do that mean like don't have fun torturing them to death?
Oh no, don't kill him.
Alright, because it said he commanded Joab and Absalom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he didn't want him dead.
Oh, so because the other dude, he said, I'm not that foolish to do it.
Right.
But Joab.
Because the order was, don't kill him. Right? But Joab is a hard man. He you see how he's moving a little bit? He's moving, but he's extreme. So he's like, why you didn't kill him? Like, well, the order was not to kill him. I would have paid you. You see that? He's thinking like, bro, all the king's enemies got to be removed.
But so wouldn't that be a transgression against David's commandment though?
It would technically, but how he was moving, he was moving on that line, which is what? I'm looking out for the king. Yeah, you're right. You are absolutely right. But he's like, we got to look out for the king. You know, and this needs to happen. Yeah.
So like in the sense that he's a father, he doesn't have the strength to kill his own son. Like is that like?
Could you want to say that Joab was thinking like that?
That's what I'm trying to get at his mind state. Like,
I think as we watch him, you'll see more and more Joab was a hard man and military minded and technical. So what you see is, as opposed to he can't do it, is like, no, this needs to be done. I don't think it don't got nothing to do with, you know what, he don't have, think about it. Is Joab saying, man, David don't got it in him to do this? Hell nah. David's that guy. But it was his son. You know what I mean? So he's like, okay, I'm going to deal with this in a different way. Joab's like, no, there's no gentle touch that needs to be dealt with this. Like how you deal with Absalom, how you deal with him in the beginning, right? That's not needed. You know, so Joab is looking like, man, I know what's best for the king. I know what's best for the kingdom. And what's best for him is to take this guy out of here. Technically, he was right. But technically, he was breaking the will of the king. Right? Yeah.
Does he, I'm not sure if I read it or not.
Yeah.
Does he tell David that he did kill him?
No, he don't tell him that. First of all, who killed Absalom?
Joab.
Right. Wait a minute.
Destruction with freedom. Yeah.
Oh, right. Hell no, I ain't gonna tell him that. He's not gonna tell him that.
Wait, you did what?
Nah. So you're right what you're saying though, like on these levels, like in the sense of how Joab is moving, right? He's moving like I know what's best for the king. I'm looking out for the king. The king is not that he's scared, is that he wants to deal with it in a different way. And nah, we need to take this guy out. He's a threat to the kingdom. Yeah. Yeah, man. Drama. Yeah.
My question is, David knew that his son was wicked.
David knew his son was off.
And
We know that from the beginning because when he killed Amnon, right, he ran. Why you just didn't tell me? Why you didn't come to me and talk to me about it? Okay, go ahead.
so he also knew that there was a possibility of his son being killed.
He knew that. He knew that, right?
So,
He knew that there was a possibility, and I'm glad you're bringing that point out. Are we oblivious to thinking that David didn't know a possibility in this battle, right, that he could be taken out? But I don't want it that way. Bring him to me, right? That was his order. Bring him to me. Capture him, not kill him, right? Joab is like, we gotta stop this. We gotta stop this. We can't play with this guy. He's having sex with your concubines, right? He's making a move for the kingdom. He's crowning himself. Come on, David. Right? What did you say about, what did he think about David? That you said something. Could he have thought something about David?
Oh, I said, did he think that David didn't have the strength to basically like render judgment?
I should have asked you, what do you mean by that? In what way?
In what way? As in, can he not deal with him? Like, can he not put his own, basically like, if Absalom committed a crime, did he not have the strength in his arm to render judgment on that?
And that's why I said no. I think it was more so he was tenderhearted towards his son. It didn't have nothing where he couldn't do it. Right? It was like, but at the same time, it's my son. Let me try to correct him with measure. Right? Like the Most High would do, right? Correct you with measure. So he thought maybe I could deal with him on a different level. Yeah.
Yeah, just like when he after he did kill Amnon, what did he do? He fled to Gersha, right? And
Gesher, yeah.
Yeah, he just stayed there, and David was cool letting him stay there. That's the way he was dealing with it.
Right.
And the people begged him. Remember the woman? Joab had the woman come and beg him to come back. Let him come back, but he can't see my face. That was the measure. So not that he couldn't deal with the judging him, but he was being tactful how he was dealing with him.
He was being merciful.
Yeah.
And usually with the merciful, what's dope is us talking about this. When you see him every step of the way, was it that David was weak when the Benjamite was throwing stones at him? Or was he merciful? So we're looking at a merciful man, and it's tact, and his general's like, nah, no mercy out here. We gotta kill this guy. Yeah. Crazy.
I was just reading.
Yeah.
Like when it said deal gently.
Yeah.
And then I went back to when he killed him. And then verse 15, it says, and 10 young men that bare Joab's armor compassed about and smote Absalom and slew him.
Right.
So,
And I think I was talking when I missed the dark part, but that's what I was like, wait a minute. But they didn't deal merciful with him. They didn't deal gentle. Right? Remember, David was looking for him to come back. Right? There was not going to be him coming back. Joab wasn't hearing that.
right? I think David knew that too. David knew all of that. He knew what's up with Joab. He knew there was a possibility that, right? David wasn't stupid. Yeah.
So he being David's son, he was sent to him with Joab, or he went on his own accord?
Who?
David's son.
No, remember, they're going to war. You missed something. They're going to war. Absalom tried to usurp the throne. So at this time, they meet in the field, Joab, right, against Absalom.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That's what was going
that's
to
where
happen.
you both
You kind of missed that point.
Absalom had Israel
Yeah,
under his command, and then King David still had Judah. So it was Israel and Judah.
yeah, going to war.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
To bring it back to when we read in 1 Samuel, and then the one we just read in 2 Samuel, this is 18 and verse 13. It said, "Otherwise I would have wrought falsehood against my own life, for there is no matter hid from the king." So, and when we read about David coming up, it said he was prudent in all matters.
Yeah.
So he made known his business of what was going on.
Yeah.
So whether he was aware that there was a possibility that his son would die, but he also found out and would know whose hand it was about.
Right. Because he does find out.
He does, because he tells. Yeah.
Yeah, he does find out. The water for that.
Because he knows, but he's moving. He's still moving in this wise manner because.
Listen, he's running the kingdom. He's trying to be a merciful king. You got all these different dynamics, right, in running the kingdom. It's your son that's off, right? So now that in your head, you're like, God dang, this is my lineage. This is my house that's off, right? So that's in his mind, right? So I want to deal merciful with my son, right? So you got, like, what we're talking about is all these different dynamics when dealing with this situation. Yeah, and then Joab is the warrior. He's running the military. Am I just gonna go against him? No, I can't, because what you're telling me is right. You're not telling me nothing that's off. Yeah, even though you made a move, right? Still, what am I gonna do? He was wrong. Absalom is off. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah.
I was thinking he probably also wanted to show Absalom mercy because he knew that the Most High was moving through him because of his own sins that he had did before with Bathsheba.
He knew that too, right? He knew that before, like, remember when he was throwing stones at him? He's thinking like, this is what the Most High wants. So he knew all this was going to come about because what the Most High told him, what the prophet told him.
Sword in his house.
It was going to be what?
Sword in his house.
It was not going to depart from his house. So you got all these different, everything everybody's bringing out is correct. You got all these different dynamics of him in his mind state, and he's trying to make the right decision, right? But when you're getting your butt whipped, a lot of times you're like, it's gonna go the way the Most High. Like, he didn't want his son to die, but like everybody's saying, that he knew that there was a possibility.
It's just like when you go back real quick to 2 Samuel, because I quoted it. Let's just get, you'll see how David's judgment was just, righteous judgment. But 2 Samuel 13, start at 38 and 39.
13, 38.
2 Samuel chapter 13, verse 38. So Absalom fled and went to Geshur.
So after he killed Amnon, right, he fled with the Geshur, go ahead.
And was there 3 years. And the soul of King David longed to go forth unto Absalom, for he was comforted concerning Amnon, seeing he was dead.
See, he's got both of his sons. One violated his daughter. The other son killed his brother. but he still wanted to be united with Absalom. It just shows how he understands. Ammon was off. That's righteous judgment. You raped your sister. What's the penalty for that? Death. That's my son. He said he mourned for him though.
Wow.
He still mourned for Ammon, even though he was wicked, right? But then he wanted to see Absalom. Absalom, I mean, was it on him to bring forth that judgment? The Most High allowed it, though. The Most High allowed it, but David still wanted to go see him. You see that? You see how his mind was balanced? It wasn't emotional. It wasn't emotional. It wasn't one-sided. He wasn't biased.
He was trying to do things just in the eyes of the Most High. Yeah. Going back, it's crazy. You can, and I know I've said it before, but you can start a snowball effect in your house and create so much commotion. It's funny, I was just telling my son, it usually starts when you're at a young age, like your thinking, your thought process is going to either submit to the wisdom of the Most High, or your stubbornness and rebelliousness is going to create a snowball effect in your life. And it usually happens when you hit that 18 to 30.
Yeah.
Right? And you start to become what you're going to be from 18, you know, when you leave your parents' house till older. You can learn within that, or you can keep going through the same cycle till you're older. And you see a lot of old men don't grow up, and they still are what? Children. They never put away childish things. Yeah, and you can bring out punishment in your house. You bring punishment on yourself. Like, okay, so you're 18 and you're motivated by lust, and you just to get with women. Next, you know, you start having baby mamas. Baby mamas cause what? Baby mama drama, and then you have what? Child support. So then the child support it affects your life, your lifestyle to live, because they're gonna take from your check. Now that holds you back, but you keep doing this cycle. Now you got 2 or 3 baby mamas because you still haven't learned from the mistakes you made, right? It's like it started you when you were what? At 18 and young, and then you started getting into this life of I'm a grown up, I'm gonna get with women. But how do you get with women? You get with women with no wisdom and understanding. You have these kids, and then you just create this snowball effect, and then now you're in your 30s. Did you learn? Or are you gonna? Yeah, because now you're gonna go in your 40s and your 50s, and you're just what? You're making young boy mistakes. It's like, bruh, you gotta learn. Like David prays about the sins of his youth, that not to be held to the sins of your youth. Like, if you don't put away childish things, bruh, you'll be a child all your life, and you'll be a servant, you'll be a slave. And all those sins will just follow you all the way through. Oh, it's crazy. Somebody had their hand raised? Yeah.
They go into them, like, when you were talking about how they go into snowballs that go into them forever learning.
There you go. Forever learning, but never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. Because I know the Bible, but I don't know how to use the Bible in my life. So I keep doing the same stupid mistakes. And that's just the way I do it, right? I don't change my mind state how I deal with women. So I keep what? Dealing with women. I have babies out there. I let my lust control me. I let my pride control me when somebody tells me. You know, I'm going to word this the right way. You talk to a lot of people that it's like you don't understand that you created the snowball effect. It's like, what? Like, you don't get that it's you that are doing this? And a lot of people are straight out oblivious. Like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Well, you start to go and start to see you're sinning. Sin is going to corrupt you. Wickedness is going to corrupt you. And that's what you keep doing wrong. But in their mind, they don't see it. I'm just living life. Yeah. Right. That don't. She's trying to fix sin with sin. It's not gonna work. See, your mind gotta be in the wisdom of the Most High. It says, wisdom ordereth, wisdom directeth, right? We know wisdom is the Holy Spirit. So if you ain't got the Holy Spirit in your life, which is wisdom, right? Then where are you making your decisions from? It says the knowledge of wickedness is not wisdom. So your decisions are made through wickedness. And you're thinking like, oh, wickedness is going to bring forth life. My people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge, because thou reject knowledge, I will reject you. So, because the wisdom you're using is what is being rejected. And you don't want to come to terms with that, so you live in a life of hell, punishment, pain. Yeah. It's really as simple as that. Just exactly like we put it right there. It's as simple as that. And people don't want to realize that, oh, what I'm doing is off. Yeah, it's crazy. But David, he started the snowball effect. The Most High told him what was going to happen for what he did. And he had to bear that. Right? Go ahead, read on.
2 Samuel chapter 19 and verse 11. And King David sent to Zadok and to Abiathar, the priest, saying, Speak unto the elders of Judah, saying, Why are ye the last to bring the king back to his house? Sing the speech of all Israel that come to the king, even to his house. Ye are my brethren, ye are my bones and my flesh. Wherefore then are ye the last to bring the king back the king? And say ye to Amas, Art thou not of my bone and of my flesh? The Most High do so to me, and more also, if thou be not captain of the host before me continually in the room of Joab. And he bowed the heart of all the men of Judah, even as the heart of one man, so that they sent this word unto the king, Return thou and all thy servants. So the king returned and came to Jordan. And Judah came to Gilgal to go to meet the king, to conduct the king over Jordan. And Shimei the son of Gera, a Benjamite, which was of Barim, hasted and came down with the men of Judah to meet the king. And there were 1,000 men of Benjamin with him, and Ziba the servant of the house of Saul, and his 15 sons and his 20 servants with him. And they went over Jordan before the king.
All right, so back to when we jumped to 20 and 1. Why did he say they don't have no inheritance? This shows you right here. Because they didn't want nothing to do. They didn't want nothing to do with David. They're basically denouncing him. They wanted to keep the drama going. So that's why when you read in 20 and 1, it says, we have no inheritance with you. It was about, they just wanted to keep the drama going. Nah, bro, we ain't recognizing King David. That's why he said inheritance. Like basically, who's everybody's the king. Who's the son of Jesse? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Verse 18. And there went over a ferry boat to carry over the king's household, and to do what he thought good. And Shimei the son of Gera fell down before the king, as he was come over Jordan, and said unto the king, Let not my lord impute iniquity unto me. Neither do thou remember that which thy servant did perversely the day that my lord the king went out of Jerusalem, that the king should take it to his heart. For thy servant doth know that I have sinned. Therefore, behold, I am come to...
So he comes what? Pleading. Right? Because he knows right now the king can destroy him. Right? But remember, let's go back. The Most High said this was going to be in his house. All right? The kingdom was going to eventually be rent. Right? Okay. This is where, when we get into Kings and everything, it's taken from Solomon. Right? But this is where it starts. It started with him what? Laying with Bathsheba in the snowball effect of negativity. Now you got Absalom got Israel, and you got Judah. That's when it started. It didn't just start with Jeroboam and Rehoboam. It started here. You got this animosity building up.
right? I mean, I guess you could even go further back than that, right?
Judges.
With Saul. Yeah. But, you know, okay, we say here because the Most High, in the same way he said to Saul, like your kingdom would have lasted forever, it would have lasted forever. Go ahead, read.
Verse 20, second precept.
Uh-huh.
Behold, I am come the first this day of all the house of Joseph to go down to meet my lord the king. But Abishai the son of Zeruiah answered and said, shall not Shimei be put to death for this, because he cursed the Lord's anointed?
Mm-hmm.
And David said, what
So remember, Shimei is coming humble. He's coming humble. Please have mercy on me. He's catching him at the right time. Why? He's in mourning mode. He's in damn. We just went to war. My son died in this battle, right? So he catches him at the right time where he's sympathetic, right? Where this king is merciful. Go ahead.
And David said, what have I to do with you, ye sons of Zeruiah, that ye should this day be adversaries unto me?
Mm-hmm.
Shall there any man be put to death this day in Israel? For do not I know that I am this day king over Israel?
Mm-hmm. I know where I stand. You know, once again, a merciful king. He could have said, you know what, I got to destroy all my enemies. Bring them hither and destroy them. Right? He could have said that. But he didn't. You know what? I'm going to let this slide. That was it, right? Quick read.
Ariama 1, Sabbath Reading, Yehovah Bon Yashala.
Ariah Sabbath Reading, Yehovah Bon Yashala. Right?
Yahweh Shimei outside Rakatham.
Yahweh Shimei outside God.
B.
Yeah, 23 to 43.
Second Samuel 19, verse 23.
Yeah.
Until. Second Samuel chapter 19 and verse 23. Therefore the king said unto Shimei, thou shalt not die. And the king sware unto him. And Mephibosheth, the son of Saul, came down to meet the king, and had neither dressed his feet, nor trimmed his beard, nor washed his clothes, from the day the king departed until the day he came again in peace. And it came to pass, when he was come up to Jerusalem to meet the king, that the king said unto him, wherefore wouldest thou not thou with me, Mephibosheth?
Yeah, Mephibosheth.
Mephibosheth. And he answered, O my lord, O king, my servant, deceive me. For thy servant said, I will saddle me an ass, that I may ride thereon.
Right. Oh my Lord, my servant deceived me. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
For thy servant said, I will saddle me an ass, that I may ride thereon, and go to the king, because thy servant is lame. And he hath slandered thy servants unto the Lord the king. But my lord the king is an angel of God. Do therefore what is good in thine eyes. For all my father's house were but dead men before my lord the king. Yet didst thou set thine servant among them, that did eat at thine own table.
He's remember, this is Mephibosheth. Y'all remember that was
Lame.
Lame.
Right. And he's remembering the kindness that David showed him. Right. Yeah.
But he's trying to figure out why he wasn't there.
Yeah. Right.
Right? Well, my servant said he was going to do this, but didn't bring him down. Yeah.
Oh, was this Jonathan's son or was
It was Jonathan's son, right?
Jonathan's son.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. That's why, because remember he made that vow with Jonathan.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Verse 28, I'm reading from the top. For all my father's house were but dead men before my lord the king. Yet didst thou set thy servant among them that did eat at thine own table. What right, therefore, have I yet to cry any more unto the king? And the king said unto him, Why speakest thou any more of thy matters? I have said, Thou and Zibai divide the land. And Mephibosheth said unto the king, Yea, let him take all, for as much as my lord the king is come again in peace unto his own house. And Barzillai, the Gileadite, came down from Rogelim and went over Jordan with the king to conduct him over Jordan. Now, Barzillai was a very aged man, even 80 years old, and he had provided the king of sustenance while he lay at Mahanaim, for he was a very great man. And the king said unto Barzillai, Come thou over with me, and I will feed thee with me in Jerusalem. And Barzillai said unto the king, How long have I to live, that I should go up with the king unto Jerusalem? I am this day 80 years old.
We keep seeing that too. Everybody that treated him with respect, he came back and treated them with love. You know, it wasn't like he forgot about them. You know, he brought them within the success. You know, that's a good thing too, man. Like, that builds true brotherhood and true friendship, bringing everybody along, making everybody shine.
Yeah, and that's what he was doing from the beginning. When he was under Saul, when he would go out, he would bring the spoils and divide it with the people.
That's a great example of where our mind's supposed to be at, as opposed to just worried about your shine. It's supposed to be about everybody. Everybody got to shine. Go ahead.
I have one.
The word conduct in verse 31. I know conduct comes in this chapter several times, but the word conduct means to escort. So
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
when I first read, I didn't really understand what conduct meant, but I just looked up the definition. It just means that these people escorted David through, of course, travel.
Good point. Good. Go ahead. You got one for what?
This is Luke chapter.
You got one for what?
Oh, showing the mind state of how he is coming back into the kingdom. The mind state of David.
Okay.
Because he dealt with Shimei, and now he dealt with Jonathan's son, and now he's dealing with this brother who fed him. Barzillai. This is Luke chapter 6, verse 28. Because it made me think about Shimei. It says, Bless them that curse you, and pray for them that despitefully use you. So he's using that. He was, instead of coming back.
But wait, who used him in this situation?
We talk about
The first precept. Bless them that curse you.
Who cursed him?
Shimei. He was throwing rocks and cursing.
Oh, right. Okay, I got you. Yes. Right.
Him and his mighty men.
Right, Shimei.
Yeah.
God.
But instead of laying down the hammer, like, you know what? Because he could have did it back then too. Abishai, he wanted to offer.
Oh, right. Oh, gee. Y'all just hit me with the. Right, that was.
He said, Who is this dog that talks against the king?
Right.
Let me go cut off his head. He said,
Yeah, throw it for that reminder. Thank God. But go ahead. Yeah.
But this is a blessing. This is why David was always blessed in his avenues, because he wasn't vindictive.
Yeah, he wasn't vindictive. He didn't hold a grudge. Yeah.
So, what was that verse?
6 and
Luke.
Luke 6 and 28.
Luke 6:20.
Yeah. Was that verse?
That shows us about Israel, man. See, when I read stuff like that, that really shows you about our character. Like, are you ready? And this is a man. This ain't Yahweh Shai. This is just a regular man that has the Spirit of the Most High, that's made mistakes, but yet it's still in the Spirit, pursuing the Spirit, right?
He ain't make no diss track record at Shimei. You know what I mean?
You didn't do a video on it?
Banging on Shimei.
Banging on Shimei. Banging on Shimei. I can hear it right now. Go ahead.
That's important.
Yeah, that's powerful. Go ahead, Aria.
Verse 35. I am this day 80 years old, and can I discern between good and evil? Can thy servant taste what I eat or what I drink? Can I hear any more the voice of the singing of men and the singing of women? Wherefore then should thy servant be yet a burden unto my Lord the king? Thy servant will go a little way over Jordan with the king. And why should the king recompense it with such a reward? Let thy servant, I pray thee, turn back again, that I may die in my own city, and be buried by the grave of my father, of my mother. And behold, thy servant Shimon, let him go over with my lord, the king, and do him what shall seem good unto thee. Verse 38. And the king answered, Shimon shall go over with me, and I will do to him that which shall seem good unto thee. And whatsoever thou shalt require of me, that will I do for thee. And all the people went over Jordan. And when the king was come over, the king kissed Barazel, the king, and blessed him. And he returned unto his own place. Then the king went unto Gilgal, and Shimhan went on with him. And all the people of Judah conducted the king, and also half the people of Israel. And behold, all the men of Israel came to the king and said unto the king, Why have our brethren, the men of Judah, stolen thee away, and have brought the king and his household and all David's men with him over Jordan? And all the men of Judah answered the men of Israel, because the king is near of kin to us. Wherefore then be ye angry for this matter? Have we eaten at all of the king's coast, and hath he given us any gift? Verse 43. And the men of Israel answered the men of Judah, and said, We have 10 parts in the king, and we have also more right in David than ye.
Come on, brother, than ye, what?
So is my understanding correct when the kingdom of Israel is saying that they have 10 parts with David? Does that mean like the 10 tribes? When they're saying that they have more rights to King David than Judah?
Right.
Is that?
Yeah, like in the kingdom, look at us. We're more than just your tribe. Yeah. You know what's crazy is what I was thinking about was how this has already started, the envy of Ephraim, or the envy of the 9.5,
Right.
and the envy of Judah. It didn't snap to when you start seeing it right here, like, oh, what's going on here? Well, you're being envious that the king is rolling with the tribe of Judah,
Right.
you know, and show more attention with the tribe of Judah and then the other tribe. So I can just, no, I noticed that now more than ever, that like when this started, as it's going to lead into Solomon, yeah.
So was this like technically a beginning of the split here?
No.
Not like officially, but like the tension and all that.
The tension, it was, the non-official. Like, you can see the tension between the tribes, you know, and who wants more attention than to be around the king? Yeah, you can see that. That's crazy.
You know what I'm looking at? Like, we just reading about how David is having compassion on his enemies, how he's still keeping a vow with Jonathan's son, even though these men are from the same lineage. Look what David said when he was going to do to the ball before Abigail came. He said, "Not anyone from his line that pisses on the wall." Like, David was going to wipe out all of Nabal's lineage. Now, if he had that same kind of mind to go against Saul, who was trying to kill him, there would have been no room for Shimei to come to play. He'd have been dead. Right? When he was in the wilderness, it's like, we'll bring his head, go get him. Right? But then they're still not seeing the mercy that this brother has, the love that he has, even though these people are so-called enemies. I'm just looking at that part. What you have?
You know, it's easier if you're aware of the mercy of the Most High and how much mercy the Most High has had on you to be merciful to your brother. A lot of times, Israel gets in this mode, I deserve, and I need, and you get so caught up into you, lovers of yourself, to where it's like, well, what about how you're dishing it out to other people? You know, they don't realize that you're getting mercy, but you're not giving it.
Right.
You're not giving it out. Yeah. What's up? What you got?
I was gonna ask, as far as David's army, that was just Judah, right? Or was it like mixed with some of Northern Kingdom as well?
Was it Judah?
Was it just
No, it was a mixture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think when you go to the mighty men, right? There was a mixture. It wasn't just all Judah.
Okay.
And we can double check that.
Okay. Yeah.
We can double check that. And I know I pointed out mighty men, but just to like focus in on your question. But we'll double check that.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, come on, read on.
Second precept, third precept.
Where you at?
2 Samuel chapter 19, verse 43, third precept.
Okay. No, where you gonna go?
God. Why then did ye despise us, that our advice should not be first in bringing back our king? And the words of the men of Judah were fierce than the words of the men of Israel.
Yeah, so you see that little contention going on there. Yeah. All right, so 20:1.
Second Samuel chapter 20, verse 1. And there happened to be there a man of Belial, whose name is Sheba, the son of Becherah, a Benjamin. He blew a trumpet and said, "We have no part in David."
Right, so as we're seeing it more clear now, the little envy that's going on there, the tension that's going on there. Go ahead.
Neither have we inheritance in the son of Jesse, every man to his tent.
You know what? You know what was missed? It was literally the tribe of Judah against everybody else. It wasn't the 9.5. It was literally 11 tribes, right, against one tribe. Because Benjamin wasn't, and I wouldn't say Levi. But it was all the other tribes against Judah. Because he's from the tribe of Benjamin. When the kingdom was split, it was Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, the northern kingdom, right? And then the southern kingdom, all the other tribes.
Right. Southern Kingdom, Judah, Benjamin, Levi.
Oh, I keep getting those mixed up, kind of. So, right. Southern kingdom is, I gotta remember that. They from the side.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Verse 2. So every man of Israel went up from after David and followed Sheba, the son of Haran. But the men of Judah clave unto their king from Jordan even unto Jerusalem. And David came to his house at Jerusalem, and the king took the 10 women, his concubines, whom he had left to keep the house, and put them in ward, and fed them. But he won't not eat unto them, so they were shut up unto the day of their death, living in the widowhood.
Jeez. Those are the ones Absalom. Absalom they was.
He can't go sleep with them after that. That's, I mean, he already came from that adultery.
Right.
Yeah.
Con. That's, well, Con.
Would it, I mean, would it be?
No, it wouldn't be adultery on his part. That's his women. You know what I mean? But they were defiled.
Yeah.
Right? He left it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Verse 4.
Yeah, he's like, you ain't got nothing to say on that, right? Go ahead.
Then said the king to Amasa, assemble me the men of Judah within 3 days, and be thou here present. So Amasa went to assemble the men of Judah, but he tarried longer than the set time which he had appointed him. And David said to Abishai, now see Sheba, the son of Bichri, do us more harm than did Absalom. Take thou thy Lord's servants and pursue after him, lest he get him fenced cities and escape us. And then,
Slock, yeah. I kind of. Who is it that he's after? I might have missed that somewhere along the lines.
let's go back. That was Sheba, the son of Bichri. Remember, he's the one that came and said that we don't have no inheritance.
Yeah.
Okay.
But basically, he didn't want to recognize David as king.
Okay. He's
right? He's sour. They sour, right? Bitter.
God. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
God.
Verse 7. And there went out after him Joab's men, and the Cherthites, and the Pelthites, and all the mighty men. And they went out of Jerusalem to pursue after Sheba, the son of Bichri. When they were at the great stone which is in Gebon, Amasa went before them, and Joab's garments that he had put on was girded unto him, and upon it a girdle with a sword fastened upon his loins in the sheath thereof. And as he went forth, it fell out. So Joab said to Amasa, art thou in health, my brother? And Joab took Amasa by the beard with the right hand to kiss him. But Amasa took no heed to the sword that was in Joab's hand. So he smote him. Now, I know y'all thinking like kiss, like, well, that was a custom. It wasn't like anything homosexual. He was coming like, oh, hey, how you say it, Arya? Mashalom?
Yeah.
And then he's like stabbing, right. It wasn't no weird stuff.
Yeah.
It wasn't weird in the sense of he was being...
The Arabs still do that nowadays. Well, not only them, a lot of countries,
the Italians.
On the side of the cheeks.
That's what I was thinking, the side of the cheeks.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It wasn't no... What was the issue here was what you're picking up with the deception. Like he was coming and embracing him like a brother, but then
right.
he stabbed
You betrayed me with a kiss. Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
And Joab said to Amasa, art thou in health, my brother? And Joab took Amasa by the beard with the right hand to kiss him. But Amasa took no heed to the sword that was in Joab's hand. So he smote him there in the 5th rib, and shed out his bowels to the ground, and struck him not again, and he died. So Joab and Abishai, his brother, pursued after Sheba, the son of Bichri, And one of Joab's men stood by him and said, He that feareth Joab, and he that is for David, let him go after Joab. And Amasa wallowed in blood in the midst of the highway. And when the men saw that all the people stood still, he removed Amasa out of the highway into the field and cast a cloth upon him. When he saw that everyone that came by him stood still. Verse 13. When he was removed out of the highway, all the people went on after Joab to pursue after Sheba, the son of Bichri. And he went through all the tribes of Israel unto Abel, and to Beth Makkah, and all the Berites, and they were gathered together and went also after him.
21.
Verse 15. And they came and besieged him in Abel and Beth Makkah, and they cast up a bank against the city, and it stood in the trench. And all the people that were with Joab battered the wall to throw it down. Then cried a wise woman out of the city, Hear, hear, say I. Hear, hear, say, I pray unto you, Joab, come near hither, that I may speak with thee. And when he was come near unto her, the woman said, Art thou Joab? And he answered, I am he. Then she said unto him, Hear the words of thy handmaid. And he answered, I do hear. Verse 18. Then she spake, saying, They were wont to speak in old time, saying, They shall surely ask counsel at Abel. And so they ended the matter. Verse 19. I am one of them that are peaceable and faithful in Israel. Thou seekest to destroy a city and a mother in Israel. Why wilt thou swallow up the inheritance of the Most High? And Joab answered and said, Far be it from me, that I should swallow up or destroy. The matter is not so, but a man out of Mount Ephraim, Sheba, the son of Bichri, by name, hath lifted up his hand against the king, even against David. Deliver him only, and I will depart from the city. And the woman said unto Joab, Behold, his head shall be thrown to thee over the wall.
Crazy. Then the woman went unto all the people in her wisdom. Rewind. Then the woman went unto all the people in her wisdom. We do listen to women. We do listen to women as they come in wisdom, right? And they cut off the head of Sheba, the son of Bichri, and cast it out to Joab. And he blew a trumpet, and they retired from the city, every man to his tent. And Joab returned to Jerusalem unto the king. Now Joab was over all the hosts of Israel, and Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was over the Cherethites and over the Pelethites. And Adoram was ever the Chibri. And Jehoshaphat, the son of Ahilud, was recorder, and Sheba was scribe, and Zadok and Abiathar were the priests, and Irad also the Jurite was a chief ruler about David. Chapter 21. Then there was a famine in the days of David 3 years, year after year, and David inquired of the Lord. And the Lord answered, It is for Saul and for his bloody house, because he slew the Gibeonites. And the king called the Gibeonites and said unto them, Now the Gibeonites were not of the children of Israel, but of the remnant of the Amorites, and the children of Israel had sworn unto them, and Saul sought to slay them in his zeal to the children of Israel and to Judah. So, I was going to say this earlier. The Most High kept us to our word, right? Like when David made vows, when people made vows, he kept us to the word, right? Wow. Your word is your bond. Wow. So if you said you're going to do something and don't do it, the people, what did Jacob say to Levi and no, it was Levi. Who was it that killed the yeah, Levi and Simeon was like, you make my name to stink among the nations. Like, I made an agreement and you broke that agreement. Who's gonna deal with me now when you break this agreement? When you break agreements, you break vows. Wherefore David said unto the Gibeonites that what shall I do for you? And wherewith shall I make the atonement that he may bless the inheritance of the Lord? And the Gibeonites said unto him, we will have no silver nor gold of Saul, nor of the house, neither for us shalt thou kill any man in Israel. And he said, what ye shall say, and I will, that will I do for you. And they answered the king, the men that consumed us, and that devise against us, that we should be destroyed for remaining in any coast, in any of the coasts of Israel, let 7 men of his sons be delivered unto us, and we will hang them up unto the Lord in Gibeah of Saul, whom the Lord did choose. And the king said, I will give them. That's deep. That's real deep. But the king spared Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, because of the Lord's oath was between them. Yeah, that oath. Between David and Jonathan, the son of Saul. But the king took the 2 sons of Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, whom she bare unto Saul, Armoni and Mephibosheth. It says, and the 5 sons of Milcah, the daughter of Saul, whom she brought up for Ariel, the son of Barzillai, the Mehilolite. It says, and he delivered them into the hands of the Gibeonites, and they hanged them in the hill before the Lord. And they fell all 7 together, and were put to death in the days of harvest. In the first days, in the beginning of barley harvest. And Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, took sackcloth and spread it forth upon the rock from the beginning of harvest until water dropped unto them out of heaven, and suffered neither the birds of the air to rest on them by day, nor the beasts of the field by night. And it was told what Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, the concubine of Saul, had done. And David went and took the bones of Saul and the bones of Jonathan, his son, from the men of Jabesh Gilead, which had stolen them from the street of Bethshan, where the Philistines had hanged them. When the Philistines had slain Saul in Gibeah. And he brought up from thence the bones of Saul and the bones of Jonathan his son, and they gathered the bones of them that were hanged. And the bones of Saul and Jonathan his son buried they in the country of Benjamin in Zelah, in the sepulchre of Kish his father. And they performed all that the king commanded, and the Most High, and after that Yahweh was entreated for the land. Moreover, the Philistines had yet war again in Israel. And David went down, and his son and his servants with him, and fought against the Philistines, and David waxed faint. And by the Nob, which was of the sons of the giants, the weight of whose spear weighed 300 shekels of brass in weight, he being girded with a new sword, thought to have slain David. But Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, succored him, and smote the Philistine, and killed him. Then the men of David swear unto him, saying, Thou shalt go no more out with us to battle, that thou quench not the light of Israel. And it came to pass after this, that there was again a battle with the Philistines at Gob. And Shebbekai, the Hushathite, slew Sop, which was of the sons of the giant. And there was a battle, and there was again a battle in Gob with the Philistines, where Elana, the son of Jerir Ogerim, a Bethlehemite, slew the brother of Goliath the Gittite, the staff of whose spear was like a weaver's beam. Ooh. And there was a battle in Gath, and there was a man of great stature, that on every hand 6 fingers, and on every foot 6 toes, 24 in number, that he also was born to the giant. And when he defied Israel, Jonathan the son of Shimei, the brother of David, slew him. These 4 were born to the giant in Gath, and fell by the hand of David and by the hand of his servants. All right, that's it. That's a lot of fingers. That's it. Any question? Any question, y'all? Yeah.
That was a giant for real?
Say that again?
Was that a giant for real?
Yeah. So remember, we were all giants at one time. And as time went on, right, the Most High lessened our stature. Right? Let's get that real quick. Yeah.
Why was the giant so different from them?
Say that again?
Why was the giant so different from the regular people?
Oh, because this guy was big. He was big as hell. Yeah, he was big in stature, yeah.
I got a comment. In school, they say the reason why like the animals were big because the air was much cleaner, but now it's like polluted. That's why I would smell.
Right. That's true. What you got?
Con, 2nd Ezra chapter 14, verse 17.
Hold on.
Oh.
That one was supposed to put it.
I know.
I was waiting for him. Man. The scholar Ezra. Come on. Where is it?
Oh, 2nd Ezra chapter 14, verse 17.
So write this down. Go ahead.
For look how much the world shall be weaker through age.
Right.
So much the more shall evil increase upon them that dwell therein.
Right. So the world, the earth, the land, the stature of men became weaker. Right? At one time, men was of a greater stature, healthier, but as time went on, the Most High stripped that away from us. And even now, you have giants, right? Yeah, so
Does
we
have real tall people now?
look. Yes, that's a giant. Shaq is a giant. Like if you got around him, you'd feel like you're a midget. You sure got giants. So you still got them in all tribes, in all nations. Right? Remember, Shaq is a Judite. Right? But he's a giant. Like, how many people in the world is seven? How old is he? 7'2". Then how tall is that Chad kid?
Chad Holmgren?
Yeah, Chad.
He's like 7'3".
Look at that. So he's 7'3". He be making cats in basketball look short. He's an Edomite giant. Shaq is an Israelite giant. So you have giants still, but back in those days, giants were like 13 feet, 14 feet tall, 24 feet tall. You see? But then again, we were taller in stature. So if you had a 13 feet giant, imagine you being 10 feet tall, and happen to fight a 13 feet giant. You were tall, but you weren't 13 feet. So you still had giants that were bigger than us. We were bigger as a people. And as time went on, the Most High did what? Lessen our stature. Because the water, the air, the pollutions, the food, right? It's not the same thing. What you got? Yeah.
I was wanted to know if Genesis 6:3 also goes with this.
Go ahead, read that.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 3. And the Most High said, My spirit shall not always strive with man.
Yeah.
For that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years.
Yeah, I was thinking that one. I was thinking of the ones in Psalms, but it kind of says the same thing. So instead of you living 1,000 years, wickedness and sin destroying the earth, you live what?
Less.
Well, it says 120 there, and then you go in Psalms during the time of David, it says 70, and in another place it might say, I think it says about 80. Right? Why? Because different time, as you get in these different time periods, you realize what? The more the earth gets polluted, bro, if this world goes on, everybody's going to be 5'5". And the anomalies are going to be what? 6 foot. You're like, man, that dude's tall. Right? Because why? Because that's what wickedness does. It destroys everything. Yeah, what you got?
Straight to the point about the stature.
Yeah.
Second Esdras chapter 5 and verse 54.
Second Esdras 5 and 54. Go ahead.
It says, Consider thou therefore also how that ye are less of stature than those that were before you.
That's the one.
That's the one right there. Yeah, that's it right there.
That's the one you was looking for.
I was like, I know it's in there.
Yeah, God.
Yeah, that was Second Esdras what?
Chapter 5 and verse 54.
Right. Right. So yeah, we were all we're gonna get back to that too. Think about it. When the kingdom comes, you think we're gonna be a good 6 feet? No, y'all. It says the gates of Jerusalem are gonna be above. If Yahushua is gonna dwell among us, you think? I keep saying it. Yahushua is 5'4"? You think Yahushua is coming back 6 feet? Nah, bruh. We're all going to go back to our natural stature. And the gates of Jerusalem are going to come out into the heavens. Why? Because you're going to have us in our natural form and our natural power. Yes, and if there's giant men, there's giant women. Right? So it ain't going to be giants then. It's just going to be what? Your natural stature. Right? Yeah.
I was reading on how the angels look and how to describe it. Scary.
What, in Ezekiel?
I'm not sure.
It had to be Ezekiel. It had to be Ezekiel, yeah. Yeah, but remember, angels can take on different forms. right? It tells you they can come among us like us, right? So they can, when Ezekiel was seeing them, he was seeing them transfigure into these scary forms, right? Yeah. Well, that was it? What you got?
Second is 5 and what?
54.
Oh, 54.
54, gotcha. Yeah, so you got that, sis? So we were all bigger back then. And yes, there were some still bigger than us. You know? So you gotta look at it the same way like it is now. Like, there's 6 feet brothers, you know, basketball, y'all were saying it the other day. What's the average size?
What's the average size?
6'9"?
6'8",
6'8", 6'9". But this Chad guy is like 7'3". He's a monster. Like, so, you see, he's a giant over them. They're giants to us, right? And then, he's a giant over them. Because 6'8" is tall.
Yeah.
Bruh, 6'8" ain't shit. Aharon is what? 6 what?
4.
Bruh, 6'8"? 4 more feet than him? Bruh, that's a big dude. That's a big guy. So, just to show you that, the Most High said we were all of stature until the earth started to lose its vigor. You see that? That makes sense, sis? Okay. All right. So that concludes the reading unless anybody has any questions. Did you have any questions, sis? Yeah.
Yes, understand I'm trying to understand who is in the Bible, like the races and everything. Cause you say the Amorites.
Right. Like who's he fighting against, right?
Yeah.
Okay, those were Africans. Yeah, so see, sis, you gotta make it to these Sabbath classes. If you make it to these Sabbath class, what we do is just the basic reading. You know how like during the week we go over topics? If you come to Sabbath class, we start from Genesis. And then all that it starts to make sense. Because when you go back to Genesis, get that first. When you go back to Genesis and you understand about Noah had 3 sons, who came from those 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So you're either Shemitic, Hamitic, or Japhetic, right? 5 families came from Shem, right? Israel, Ishmael, Moab, Ammon, and Edom. Then you got Ham. You got the families that came from Ham, which is Mizraim, Canaan, Put, Cush, right? Those are the African nations. Then from Shem, you got the Shemitic nations, right? Which we are Shemitic. The Israelites are Shemitic.
Not Semitic. Not Semitic.
They're saying Shem. Yeah, they're saying Shem. They say Semitic. That means that you're from the line of Shem. But nobody understands that because they're not biblical. So they're saying that they're from the line of Shem, which they are. They're just not Israelites.
And they're not the only people.
They're not the only Shemitic people.
Right.
That there's more, once again, Israel was Shemitic, Ishmael was Shemitic, Moab was Shemitic, Ammon was Shemitic, Esau is Shemitic. They're Shemitic people. So, the more you read and you come, those basics will be answered as well. But back to your question, we were fighting a lot of African nations. Now, so this is what you're going to do. When you go home, you look up Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and it's going to tell you who came from them. Right? Then you're going to go to Genesis 10, read 10 and 11. And it's going to give you that. And then you can come back with questions as well, man. That'll start you out. It'll give you something to study about. You see that? Like you were talking about, just trying to learn these things. Come to class and ask some questions. Yeah. What else you got?
I'm gonna start with that one.
Okay. Write them down. Write them down, but you got to get in class. You got to get here.
especially on these Saturdays, just to ask brothers and sisters, there's so much information that comes out because all we do is just the reading, but we edify on that and then we go over the little points. And sometimes we're reiterating, a majority of the time, we're reiterating and reiterating. It becomes natural. Oh, okay, now I know who they're fighting with. Oh, now I know who these people are. You see that? Yes. So yeah, just write them down, come back, and when you read that, I know you're gonna have questions on that, then we can go back over them too. All right? Anything else? No. All right. And anybody got anything else? Who we got online? Tobit 3 and 9. This is our favorite chapter. Go ahead, where we at?
Tobit chapter 3, verse 9. Wherefore dost thou beat us for them? If they be dead, go thy ways after them. Let us never see of thee either son or daughter.
Where in Tobit what?
Chapter 3 and verse 9.
Tobit 3 and 9. Okay. Okay, so you got Tobias praying. That's how it starts out, right?
Yeah.
This is a prayer.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So let's start to answer this 6.
Come. Verse 6. Now therefore, deal with me as seemeth the best unto
I mean, if we start from 1, it's going to give you clarity on what is being said in 9. Truthfully. That's why I start up. Because it doesn't have to be interpreted if you read. Like if you read up from the beginning, it all is going to give you the answer. Right? So read it quick. Come on.
From verse 6 or 1?
1.
Come. Then I being grieved did weep, and in my sorrow prayed, saying, O Lord, thou art just, and all thy works and all thy ways are mercy and truth.
Right, so this is a prayer. So he's praying to the Most High, and in the Spirit, he's letting us know things as well. Go ahead.
And thou judgest truly and justly forever.
Remember, Tobit, what captivity is this? The Syrian captivity. So remember, you got Israelites in the Assyrian captivity, right? And he's praying to the Most High, right? You got this situation where he's going to, this is Tobias the son, right? Hold on, I want to make sure. And now he can pass the wife will restore. Okay, so you got, remember, his son getting married, right? And gonna get this woman. I mean, if you're reading Tobit, I mean, I don't know, we don't have to go over the whole book, but you get to this point where this prayer is being said. Okay, go ahead.
Remember me and look on me. Punish me not for my sins and ignorances,
right?
And the sins of my fathers, who have sinned before thee. For they obeyed not thy commandments. Wherefore thou hast delivered us for a spoil.
Right, so he's doing what a lot of us do when we pray. We go over the punishments and sins of our forefathers and remind ourselves that we're not part of that. That we are coming out of that mind, or the rebellious mind, the wicked mind that got us in the punishment. Go ahead.
And unto captivity, and unto death,
right?
And for a proverb of reproach to all the nations among whom we are dispersed.
Right.
And now thy judgments are many and true. Deal with me according to my sins and my fathers, because we have not kept thy commandments.
Right.
Neither have we walked in truth before thee. Now therefore deal with me as
see, that's a lot of times we forget why you're here. A lot of brothers and sisters forget why are you here. And you try to, once again, make comfortable with what? Captivity and slavery.
Go ahead.
Now therefore deal with me as seemeth best unto thee, and command my spirit to be taken from me,
Right.
that I may be dissolved and become earth. For it is proper for me to die rather than to live, because I have heard false reproaches and have much sorrow. Command therefore that I may now be delivered out of this distress and go into the everlasting place.
Right. For me to live is Christ. I'd rather be with the Most High. Take me out of here. Go ahead.
Turn not thy face away from me. It came to pass the same day that in Ecbatane, a city of Media, Sarah, the daughter of Raguel, was also reproached by her father's maids, because that she had been married to 7 husbands, whom Asmodeus, the evil spirit, had killed.
Right. So now it jumps to what? This woman that got 7 spirits on her, right? God? She got demons. She got demons around her. It is on her too. Like it ain't. Remember, if they're around her and they're jumping on men, right? That means they're around her. Go ahead.
Whom before they had lain with her. Doest thou not know, said they, that thou hast strangled thine husbands? Thou hast had already 7 husbands. Neither was thou named after any of them. Wherefore doest thou beat us for them? If they be dead, go thy ways after them. Let us never.
Wherefore doest thou beat us for them? Who? Who's beating? Read 9 again.
Wherefore doest thou beat?
I'm sorry, 8.
Come.
Because her question's in 9, right? Read 8.
Because that she had been married to 7 husbands, whom Asmodeus, the evil spirit, had killed, before they had lain with her.
Right.
Dost thou not know?
I said 7 spirits, my bad. I mean, the demons that's around her. Go ahead.
Dost thou not know, said they, that thou hast strangled thine husband? Thou hast had already 7 husbands.
Right.
Neither was thou named after any of them. Wherefore dost thou beat us for them? If they be dead, go thy ways after them. Let us never see of thee either son or daughter.
Go ahead.
Verse 10. When she had heard these things, she was very sorrowful, so that she thought to have strangled herself. And she said, I am the only daughter of my father, and if I do this, it shall be a reproach unto him.
It sounds like the beat us. Wherefore doest thou beat us for them? She was taking it out on them for what she was going through. Yeah.
So it was the maids that was speaking, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, verse 7. Go ahead.
It came to pass the same day that in Ecbatane, a city of Media, Sarah, the daughter of Raguel, was also reproached by her father's maids.
Right. Now jump to verse 9.
Verse 9. Wherefore doest thou beat us?
So, man, you see it? Now, she's taking it out. She's going through this, and she's taking it out on the maids. Right? Go ahead. You can see that. She got spirits on her. She got spirits around her. Right? So, remember, this demon ain't just killing her husbands. This demon is what? What do demons do? Come on now, don't act like this is strange. Yeah. There you go. They feed off of you. Right? They frustrate, they irritate, they're negative. So she's what? Beating the maidservants, taking it out on them. For what reason? I mean, come on now. What happens when a woman gets demons on her? This is your fault. Take it out on the kids. Take it out on the husband. Right? Right? Wherefore dost thou beat us? Go ahead.
If they be dead,
talking about the husbands.
Go thy ways after them. Let us never see of thee either son or daughter.
So you see what's going on in the house. It's confusion, it's chaos, because you got spirits in the house now. Y'all see that? Yeah.
So was the maids cursing her?
They were cursing.
They were basically cursing her, yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
Dead, just like your dead husbands.
Go with them.
They don't have no kids either. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that explains.
Yeah, you got that whole household confused. And remember, I said 7 spirits because I'm thinking, I see the 7 husbands, but when you think of these spirits that are around you, the negative in your family, in your house, bro, it's not just one thing. It's got your whole house in array, in chaos, the emotions. That's why we remind people not to let these spirits jump from one to the next. Right? Somebody got to be the blockade to be able to say, nah, I rebuke you. Like, calm down, relax, don't feed into those emotions. Because why? Those spirits jump like frogs. It'll jump on you, it'll jump on the kids, then start getting negative. You got to be aware of this. So, yeah, that's what it's talking about.
Yeah, because just like in verse 10, it just shows that. Read verse 10.
Yeah.
Verse 10. When she had heard these things,
she heard the cursing from the maid.
Right.
Yeah.
She was very sorrowful.
Right, that hit her. That hit her the heart.
So that she thought to have strangled herself.
Like, remember, these are all demons. Go kill yourself. Come, that's what I'm going to go do. That's what they told her. Like, go kill yourself, bitch. If that's what it is, right? But all that's out of the spirit. That ain't right. Like, they were supposed to do that, but you got demons around you. So those demons are jumping on her, jumping off of her, talking to them negative, right? That's how you know it ain't just, it was just a demon. When you read this story, you're like, oh yeah, it was just killing her husband. Nah, bruh. When those demons are around you, you better be aware. It ain't doing one thing, it's causing commotions and negative everywhere, right? And then they jump back on you. This is why you gotta watch what you entertain. You gotta watch what you let your rib entertain. They jump back on you and then what? You wanna kill yourself. You know what, damn, maybe I should just kill myself. Go ahead.
And she said, I am the only daughter of my father. And if I do this, it shall be a reproach unto him.
Right.
And I shall bring his old age with sorrow unto the grave.
Right, but something was keeping her what? Keeping her rooted. Damn, my honor. Like, think about it. When you don't have honor nowadays, what then? When you don't have a vision, a purpose, right? That's why a lot of people do what? They kill themselves. Because they don't have a vision. They don't have something that's driving them. Well, the white man took that away. He took away your vision, right? So why do you think it's so easy nowadays for people to kill themselves? Because your father ain't your vision. Your ancestry ain't your vision. You know what I mean? They taught you to what? You're your own individual. So when you have to deal with these demons, what keeps you around to say, damn, I'm fighting for my family. I'm fighting for my kindred. Nothing, because they took that away. Who's your God? Money. Damn, money ain't make me happy. Damn, who's your God? That house. I got the house. That didn't make me happy. So now you got nothing, and you what? You go and do the worst. So y'all see this, right? Car? That it was that way because what spirit she got around her. Watch when you entertain these spirits, man. What's the next question?
Next question. 2 Corinthians.
2 Corinthians what?
She said 9:4, 10, and
2 Corinthians 9. Go ahead. I thought who asked him this? I thought we went over 9. I thought we went over this. Okay, read 9 and 1.
2 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 1.
Look up the word superfluous. Go ahead.
For as touching the ministering to the saints, it is superfluous for me to write to you. For I know the frowardness of your mind.
Right. So, for as touching the ministering to the saints, superfluous is what?
Right. Unnecessary, especially through being more than enough.
Right. So, I shouldn't I shouldn't have to bring this up to you. You should already know what is necessary, right? Go ahead.
For I know the forwardness of your mind, for which I boast of you to them of Macedonia.
Yeah, because Paul was doing that. Like, remember, he was going and moving around Asia Minor through these churches, and then he would motivate these other men by what these men are doing over there. AI, you see what Zion and them are doing over there? They're talking about buying a school. They're talking about doing this. They're talking about doing that. Where are we at, right? He was motivating one city with the next city, one church with the next church. Go ahead.
That Achaia was ready a year ago.
Man, these brothers was, you can see what he's saying. He's like, okay, bro, y'all falling behind. These brothers was ahead a year ago. They was ready and zealous to do ahead of time. Right? Why are y'all straggling back? Go ahead.
And your zeal have been provoked very many.
Right?
Yet.
Or in this case, you know what? Your zeal has what? You know what? Our zeal provoked this school. You see that? So he's dealing with these different issues with them and using each other to motivate them. Go ahead.
Verse 3. Yet have I sent the brethren, lest our boasting of you should be in vain in this behalf.
So we weren't just going to boast. We were going to send brothers so they can actually see it. It ain't just going to be talk. I want them to see what's going on. Go ahead.
That, as I said, ye may be ready.
Right. See? So now you got to show forth. Go ahead.
Least haply, if they of Macedonia come with me,
right,
and find you unprepared.
See, look, I'm telling them about you, right? I'm going to send the brothers over there. What are they going to see, brothers? Are they going to see you work? You working? You doing? They going to see your zeal? Or are you going to be slacking, huh? Which one are they going to see? Go ahead. See, you know why I like these chapters? When you question what the work of the Most High is, these chapters show you that the work of the Most High ain't just learning the wisdom and not doing nothing with the wisdom. That's why he said from the beginning, it should be pointless for me to have to tell you what the word ministry is. Ministry in itself means to what? Serve. Right? And that's what you start seeing with these different churches, the actual detail, what is the work of Christ. You know, and I've been over this before, but go ahead.
We say not, ye should be ashamed in this same confident boasting.
Right. Meaning that I'm boasting of you. When they go there, what are they going to see? Are they going to see what I'm boasting about? Or you guys ain't going to show and prove, Akin? What's up? I'm talking a lot about you. When I send them, what are they going to see? Right? Is my boasting going to be in vain? Am I capping to them? Go ahead.
Therefore, I thought it necessary to exhort the brethren.
Right? So listen. Go talk, exhort the brethren, which means to what? Exhort. Come on, these are words y'all got to know. So what does exhort mean? What?
Encourage.
So right, and to continually encourage the brothers, right? Listen,
persuade.
Right, to encourage, to persuade, right? Listen, so like we do, is that wicked? Is that wrong? No, we're constantly trying to persuade you to do the work of the Most High because this is the requirement. Go ahead.
That they would go before unto you,
right,
and make up beforehand your bounty.
Right. So, what's the bounty? Read on.
Whereof ye had noticed before,
right,
that the same might be ready,
right,
as a matter of bounty, and not as covetousness.
Okay, so what's a bounty? Look at bounty. When you think of bounty, it's an old word, but look it up, and it's going to tell you what had to be prepared, right? So, look, I'm going to send these bros to you, and show and prove, brothers. And they're going to see it because your bounty's going to be ready. What's the bounty?
Bounty. A sum paid to encourage trade.
Right. Where's the alms at? Where's the goods at? Right? Where's the things that y'all supposed to have ready? Go ahead.
But this I say, he which soweth sparingly shall also reap sparingly.
So what is this going into? It's going into giving. So the bounty is what? What was needed for the ministry. Right? Goods, clothing, alms, whatever it was, he's reminding them, look, these brothers are going to see your works through your actions and your giving. Go ahead.
And he which soweth bountifully shall reap also bountifully.
And if you sow much, you give much, then that's what you're going to receive, right? This is what the Most High said. Go ahead.
Every man according as he proposeth in his heart.
See, it's about what's in your heart, right? If you got it, what are you doing? Go ahead.
So let him give.
So give according to your heart. And the truth is, that's exactly what happens. You can see it according to a brother or a sister's heart, how much they're willing to give, right? To put in time, to study, to spend with the brothers and sisters, right? When it comes to the feast days, when it comes to the school, what you're doing shows where you're at, where your love is. Go ahead.
Not grudgingly.
That's the warning. Whatever you do, don't do it grudgingly. Oh, I gotta do this. Oh, I'm jumping ahead, but I grudgingly. I guess so. Nah, keep that. You know what I mean? Keep that. We don't need that. Because why? You can keep your car. Well, like I heard through the grapevine. Well, you get in the car and sister, you dirty the rugs. Like, no, we can't float in this month. We can't float in here. Like, we gotta take what you want me to do? Look, we're gonna wrap you in plastic. Then that you can get a ride. Like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, you could take it easy on the doors or whatever, right? And slamming them, right? But come on now, what you gonna do? You know what I mean? Nah, I don't want you. You know what I mean? Grown men don't eat in the car, and that's your prerogative, right? But at the same time, where's the charity? Where are you getting? Now, everybody got to treat everything with respect. So you get in the car, and I'm like, bro, you know what I mean? I realize leather cleans easy. I'm like, yeah, y'all can eat in here, whatever. The kids, damn, kick up, eat and all that, throw it on there. But a grown-up should know when I get in the car, like, look, I'm not trying to mess up the car, but you can't be like, hold on, that dropped off your lip. You know what I mean? Hold on a second. That spilled here. Hold on a second. Like, you're doing this grudgingly now. Now it's like, okay, now I don't want to even give you a ride. Why? Because you're going to mess up the car. Like, brother, let me tell y'all something. When you give grudgingly, that car will be burnt the hell up on the highway. Tell them, Tell them. We done seen cars like, oh, you don't want to support?
She went to go pick up the brother. The front of the car caught on fire.
Yeah, that car burned the hell up. And it wasn't in a negative sense. You know what I mean? That she was doing that. But the Most High give and take away. So you got to understand that when you are giving, you give in the right spirit. That, it doesn't mean that, I expect somebody to get in the car and just trash the car. But at the same time, I know when you get in the car, and if I say you're going to eat, I'm not going to be a stickler. I'm not going to be like, every little thing you do in here, I'm going to check you or it make you feel uncomfortable. That's not charitable. Yeah, where you at?
Ecclesiastes chapter 18, verse 15.
Go ahead.
Time. Ecclesiastes chapter 18, verse 15. My son, blemish not thy good deeds.
Let's go. Let's go. I got one with that. Where you at?
Ecclesiastes chapter 18, verse 15.
Right. Oh, let's kill this spirit real quick, man. Murder, death, kill this. Read that one more time.
My son, blemish not thy good deeds.
You got it? Oh, you already had it? Go ahead.
Neither use uncomfortable words when thou givest anything.
Right. You know what I mean? Hold on a second. Before y'all get in the car. I get it. When he gets in the car, he has blades on him. You know what I mean? In the back of his blade, cut through the damn leather. So I gotta tell him, but I'm not like, okay, don't move on, don't breathe. I joke sometimes. Okay, when you get in, I tell the kids, don't breathe, don't touch anything, don't smell. Like I'm messing with them, but we know for a fact there's no way the kids are gonna get in the car and eat that bag of chips and not. What the young ones like to do, lick the damn mirror. No, these are kids though. Well, how about treat a grown-up like that? No grown-up's going to the damn window licking the mirror. You know what I mean? Eating the sandwich, go out. Like, how the roof get dirty? You know what I mean? No grown-up's doing that. So, when brothers and sisters get in my whip, I'm not like, hold on a second. Hold on, DNA test. That's ridiculous, y'all. You're blemishing your good works. Especially, you were the one that said from the beginning, what? Damn, let me get this ride for the body. You should already know. And by all means, I am not saying on the other part, somebody go in there and just be a jerk. You're supposed to treat it like your own, with your respect. But at the same time, I'm not going to diminish my good works and be like, sis, before you get in the car, you've been sewing a lot. You're leaving strings in here. What the strings gonna do? What the damn strings gonna do? You sound stupid right now. Right? Those strings are everywhere. What they gonna do though? They're gonna destroy your whip? Get a damn vacuum, show your charity, and vacuum them out. You gotta understand what the scriptures is saying, man. You know, read it again.
My son, blemish not thy good.
Bro, you killed it. You hit it right on point. Blemish what?
Blemish not thy good deeds. Neither use uncomfortable words when thou givest anything.
Right? Look, I'm gonna give you a ride, but shut the hell up when you get in.
God.
Like what? Like, hold on, you just turned into a Gentile, bro. I'm gonna give you a ride, but don't touch anything when you get in here. This is Air Force One. Like, okay, sis, what's up with that? You're getting spooky with this, right? No, go ahead.
Verse 16.
Shall
not the dew assuage the heat? So is a word better than a gift.
Okay,
you wanted that,
where we at?
Romans chapter 14, verse 16. Romans 14, verse 16.
Romans what?
Romans chapter 14, verse 16.
Romans 14 and 16. Go ahead.
Let not then your good be evil spoken of.
See? Let not then your what?
Your good be evil spoken of.
How can it be evil spoken of? Because you're doing something charitable, but then you twist it with a what? You twist it with a what? A smart ass attitude. Like you're being bothered, right? Like how you gonna give something like that? I guess. Shalom says, could you give her a ride? Okay. Never mind. Take your funky ass car with you. Like it makes you want to say that. You gotta know, okay, it's your prerogative. But then you know what happens when you start moving like that? We're saying, okay, well, don't call her for no more rides until she understands what she's doing gotta be wholeheartedly. Yeah, by all means, hey, sisters, when you take care of my ride, but I can't be disrespectful, a stickler, treat a grown-up like they're children.
The children are one thing. Hey, when y'all get in the car, no food, no drinks, I get it. They can trash it. But you're dealing with grown-ups, they gotta know. And then if you give them a warning, you don't gotta give them a warning all the time, right? Y'all see this, right? This is like the perfect example of letting your good works be evil spoken of. Where's that again?
Romans chapter 14, verse 16.
Go ahead.
Let not then your good be evil spoken of.
Right. You see? Because now it's going to be what? You know what? She'll give a ride, but she got a different spirit on her when she get in that car. Right? There's a different spirit when the brothers are wholesome until you get in that car. Whoa. What are you doing there? Don't touch that. Don't be touching. Boy, you come in here touching things, right? What you got?
I mean, I like it because it's something that when you come around the body, everybody, they got this Christian mind state of, yeah, I'm here to serve Christ. I'm a follower. I'm living that Christ life. Well, we have to understand Yahushua gave up all, right? And go ahead real quick. Philippians 3 and 7. Philippians 3 and 7. Because if we're true Christians, we have to do what? Bear our own cross. Right? Read.
Philippians chapter 3, verse 7. But what things were gained to me, those I counted loss for Hamashiach.
Right, because that's the sacrifice that comes with serving, that being around the body. Again, it's not saying that you just let people misuse and abuse.
Right.
No, but you understand that this gain that I got, well, what did the Most High give me this big house for?
Right.
It was to be a benefit to.
No feast can be done over here.
Listen, y'all make sure y'all got gloves on when y'all touch the hand.
Yeah. And it's nothing wrong. Like, okay, we got rub. Let's have this feast, but y'all make sure y'all take off your shoes.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that. And then you're not walking around and like it's an Airbnb. You're like, we gotta do the Airbnb. Yeah. You gotta watch the kids. You gotta make sure they don't break down because Airbnb will cost you. They're not dealing with charity. They're not dealing with love. The brother's kid came and ripped down my whole damn mirror in the bathroom. This was some odd years ago. Yeah. Was it? Damn, I thought that was like 2 or 3 years back.
It went up, it came right down.
Yeah, it went up. He went and ripped it down. He was like, I'll pay for it. I'm like, never mind. It's kids. Kids are going to be kids. What I'm looking for is are you going to make sure you correct your kids and lead them right? And you know what I mean? But what am I going to do? You know what? Nobody bring any kids over the house no more. No. Those dynamics is what? Show and prove our love. Not only to each other, but to the Father. It was, okay, they tore the mirror down. You know what I mean? We got to get another one. We can fix that. What should have been said was, you want me to pay for it or fix it? And that was said. You see that? But what happens is this. You finished that?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, what happens is this. They tear the mirror down, right? Or they come over and they walk around with their dirty ass socks, then jump on the thing. And now I'm like, okay, jump on the couch and to make the couch dirty. And I'm like, well, y'all can't bring y'all kids over no more. That's not how we do things, y'all. No, we say, hey, look, keep an eye on them because they're messy as hell. Make sure they treat this right. But how many times am I saying that? One, I don't gotta watch you and watch what you're doing. I understand with the truth, there's gonna be wear and tear. There's gonna be wear and tear, right? And things we give. It's the bathroom, it's the damn floor, it's the vehicles, right? What does it mean to me? I'm not saying gotta give the balance. I'm not saying we don't respect them. Because I'm telling you about my house. You show a little care and respect like it's your house. But at the same time, I'm not walking around with a ruler and with a smack in your hand and
You know what I mean? Doing it, yeah, no, no. We supposed to all around have respect for each other. But we got to beware. Well, let's go back to the Apocrypha. Afraid to lend. It is, and I know, I seen a hand. Who had a hand? Yeah, what's that?
I wanted to know if Hebrews 13 and 16.
Okay, we'll go there. Give us a second. 29 and 7? Yeah, and what you were talking about says Hebrews what?
13 and 16.
Right, read where I want real quick.
Ecclesiastes chapter 29, verse 7. Many therefore have refused to lend for other men's ill dealing.
See, that's what we don't want to do. Now, I'm reluctant to let kids and family come over, right? Is that going to be the first time? Come on, we let the kids over. This was a few years back. We let the kids over. They stood over. Somebody put gum on the couch. That couch was gone. And we know who did it. But guess what? Kids don't what? They don't own up to it. Oh, who did that? I don't know. What did I do? Never let kids over? No. A few years after that, let another kid over, pull down the damn bathroom thing. And I'm just showing y'all that, first of all, so say ye, so do. We're not saying anything we don't do, right? We let you get in the whip and don't be sticklers all the time and bag yourself up and right? We let you partake in these things because that's what it's there for, right? It's there for each other. If not, what's the point of it? It tells you that in Ecclesiastes about a man laboring for himself. He got no kids, he got no rib. What's the benefit of all your labor if a brother can't ride with you? If a sister can't ride with you? Right? What's the benefit of that? You know, I know brothers and sisters get funny about when they ask, well, could we borrow the whip? It's like, I don't think Kazaka's going to let you borrow the whip. You need the whip. The whip is there. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the whip, man. No, the whip needs to be repoed. Because that payment is too damn much. Right? So, how much can we all partake in the glory in this? You know what I mean? And I'm not saying you don't treat what the Most High gave you with respect.
Right.
I'm not saying that. Because Lord knows I try to keep it clean. But there's a part by keeping it clean and what? Worshiping that shit. Right? There's a part like, you know what? Nah, it gotta be washed every day.
You gotta get up early in the morning.
Right, and then that's when you get touchy and feely, and you're like, any little scratch, or you're like, losing. Yeah, you start losing it. Yeah. And then you don't want to give because somebody messed this up or somebody did that. Brothers and sisters, the scriptures tell you all these things will perish. Right? So when he's talking about the spirit of charity, the spirit of giving, how are you going to give is very important, right? Finish that.
Fearing to be defrauded.
See, where are we at?
Ecclesiastes chapter 29, verse 7.
Right, fearing to be defrauded. Jump to verse 1.
Verse 1. He that is merciful.
He that is what?
He that is merciful.
Read.
Will lend unto his neighbor.
See, he that is merciful will lend, will give. It's not only talking about lending. It's talking about letting that brother and sister what? Come on over. Kids come on over. They're a little undisciplined. It's going to happen. You're not going to catch everything. Right? That person and that brother needs to learn, right, as well. But are you never going to invite them for dinner because their kids, they haven't learned yet how to discipline their kids? Huh? Nah, you know what? I would be charitable to them, but their kids is out of order. You can come, but your kids got to stay home. Let's think about this. I'm showing you that where that logic can dilute all the good that you want to do. You see that? The charity and the love that you're doing. You got to be careful with this mindset. Go ahead.
And he that strengtheneth his hand keepeth the commandment.
What's the commandment? Read.
Lend to thy neighbor.
Give to your brother. The lending is what? Hey, bro, everybody's been doing rides. Could you do a ride? Because I'm not big enough. I told the brother, I'm like, look, if they need a ride, if nothing can be done, the sisters need to be here, call me to do the ride, I'll do the ride. Right? It's fine. Right? Nobody's above charity. I like holding myself accountable because I know where I'm at. I know where I'm at. I'm not like brothers and sisters. I want to be right what I'm saying to you, and I know it ain't about you, it's about the Father. So if I have to do a ride, I got to do a ride. If I got to do more than one ride, I got to do more than one ride. It's like that. You know what I mean? Because this is what we require of everybody in the ministry, right? The sisters need to work on the garments, so somebody got to step up. You see? And most of the part, everybody does this. But what I'm going into her question about what it's saying here about grudgingly. You can't do things grudgingly. The Most High don't want that. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm at verse 2. Go ahead.
Lend thy neighbor in the time of his need.
Right.
And pay thou thy neighbor again in due season.
But my car is at your disposal, but are you going to act right or are you going to be a ninja? So it's both sides. We got to both act respectful and courteous to each other. Right? If I lend you the whip, you don't bring it back on me when it was on the middle. Right? I gave you a ride. You know what I mean? We got to tell brothers and sisters, remind them to offer gas.
You're right. Never offer.
And you're never going to offer gas? What's up with that? That's ninjaism. That's ninjaism. Go ahead.
Keep thy word and deal faithfully with him.
See? Keep your word. When you say you're going to do something, do it. And most of all, when you say it to the Father, keep your word. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
And thou shalt always find a thing that is necessary for thee.
Because why? We're going to go back to Corinthians and understand that a little more in depth. Jump to verse 10.
Verse 10. Lose thy money for thy brother and thy friend.
Bro, you're going to lose it either way it go. Right? You're going to lose it either way it go. You know, that's what Pure Rim's about. You literally buy the gift that you're going to spend and get the gift that you're going to... you don't get it. It's literally buying it for yourself anyway. But it's about being together. It's about the unity. You see that? You spend for your brother. Right? Go ahead.
And let it not rust under a stone to be lost.
Yeah.
I like it too, because I'm thinking about just what I had to go through with my vehicles. You know?
Yeah.
You let people use the vehicles, the children are in there, they're in bunches, and you know, kids, they pull something down and that event's broke. Okay. Now do I just lose it and I know you guys gotta get an Uber, y'all gotta go get Lyft membership? No. This opens up the opportunity to prove my friendship. Because what do friends do? They talk.
Yeah.
But they're not over excessively. Okay, listen, the kids did this, I might want to be mindful because if it was somebody else, they would put you out.
Right.
But I'm your brother, you know, and what happens? They be more mindful, but kids do things.
Yeah.
And something else
breaks inside. And then something else breaks inside, and then you hold them accountable and say, okay, you guys gotta fix that.
Yeah.
Because that would be the brotherly thing to do. Right? That would be the brotherly thing to do. Like, oh, damn, they broke that. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll fix it. And leave it up to the individual. Like myself, I was like, nah, you don't got to worry about that. You don't got to go ahead and replace a whole damn window when we can go ahead and throw something up there that's cheap. Right?
But then, like the time the sister put the one of the feast days meal in the back, and maybe she didn't, consider that it could possibly still. and it was what? Staying in the back.
Oh, yeah.
Now
Steak stand.
Did I lose it? No. Let
This is what I'm saying. I can't do nothing. You niggas don't see. You know what I mean? See, the Most High. No, the truth broke my car. We've heard that one before. The truth broke my car. Trust me. You are the 30th iteration of this matrix. We've been through this over and over again. The truth broke my car. We've heard that. Right? Because why? They did it grudgingly. Instead of saying, nah, when I was down and out, when I needed a ride, I didn't get that. Sis, hold on a second. Put this plastic bag over your face before you get in the car. You know what I mean? Because I don't want your spit to get everywhere. When you talk, you just...
Juicy mouth.
Juicy mouth. You see how ridiculous that sounds?
But I mean, what and then you forget who gave you the car in the first place.
Right.
And then, so.
Thank you.
And then when you didn't have a car, who was there for your need?
Right.
Because your funky brother ain't had no car to begin with.
And that's why, you know why I like it, when I tell brothers, is that's what we do. Prove us, because when you come in, you can be without. And then who's giving you rides? Who's giving you alms out of the alms? So you can't say, oh, these cats, they ain't sure improve themselves. Once again, it's not to you. We're proving ourselves to the Father. So I'm not saying it to boast. We do that to show the Father what type of people we want around us, and to show you what type of person you need to be. You see that? And in that, we what? Reciprocate this. And that's what we're reading in, we're going to go and read in Corinthians. But let him finish the 10. Go ahead.
Come, lose thy money for thy brother and thy friend.
That money, when your house shall come back, that Lexus, that pearl white Egyptian cotton carpet, right? That you got a handstand and walk on, all that's burning up. But what's the kingdom without your brother? What's the kingdom without your sister? Well, you're seeing it right now. If this item means more to you than brother, than sister, if you're valuing that more than I want to make sure this person doesn't feel uncomfortable around me, to where they don't even want to consider me as a sister.
Yeah.
You get burnt up with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, come on. What's a car but a one-seater, a bucket? You know what I mean? You got a kingdom? No, you got an empty butt house with your butt in it. That's it.
Yeah.
Like again, I always ask that question: what's a nation with one person?
Right.
It's an individual. That's not a nation. What's a kingdom with one person? What's a household? It's not a household. It's just a place you live in. A household. The scripture says the kingdom of the Most High is within. So we're a body, we're a kingdom, we're a family together.
Together.
Man, if Vin Diesel could say it, you should know that.
We're a family.
Right? Go to Ecclesiastes 35. 35 and 9.
Ecclesiastes chapter 35, verse 9. In all thy gifts, show a cheerful countenance, and dedicate thy tithes with gladness.
See? Y'all gotta remember, tithes and alms is not just you giving $10, $20 to the sanctuary. Your alms is what? Helping your brother. You know what I mean? Being there. You know what I mean? Dropping off a dress, or I love it how sisters do here. You know, hey, we got these dresses and we don't really use them. I don't fit it no more. So let's give it to the slimmer sisters. And they come together and they give these things. And we did that, right? A few times. That's what we supposed to do, y'all. Right? But, you know, it's that one thing in the closet. I learned to give away that you want just to sit there in the closet. I was saying to myself, there was something in my closet. Oh, it was the shoes. I was like, those shoes, I haven't even wore them. There's these purple LeBron James that I like a lot. I was like, I don't want to give those away, but that's the ones I got to give away. You know what I mean? Because that spirit is whack. Like, you rather let it rot in the closet than give it away. You know what I mean? And the Most High don't like that spirit. So we gotta understand, look, I'm talking to Nazazah, Daniela, Mawula, Quadashaya, Ariah, Ashiar, all these kids, are y'all about giving, right? Sharing. This is like kid stuff. We gotta go to Kazakh and Kasadiah, Yehovadiah, and we gotta train them now about sharing. Because they know I'm the only kid, I get everything. But now you're all together in one place, you gotta what? Share. We gotta teach that to Israel. You gotta share? God, we do. Because we're the children of Israel. Go ahead, finish that.
In all thy gifts show a cheerful countenance, and dedicate thy tithes with gladness.
See? Dedicate your tithes to your arms with gladness. Whatsoever ye do, do it heartily. Go there. Go to Colossians 3 and 10, right? It's 3:24, but there's one in 10. The verse I started to love even more. Okay, but we gotta go back. You know we can be on this all day. Right? Come on. Go ahead, where you at?
Colossians chapter 3, verse 23.
Yeah, it's the verse up though. 3:20. It's 23, right? Read that.
And whatsoever ye do it heartily.
No. It's the verse up. Whatsoever you do in word and deed.
Oh, verse 17.
There you go.
And whatsoever ye do in word or deed,
right?
Do all in the name of the Lord Yahushua.
Yeah. They got to be in the name of the Most High. Remember, how you treat your brother. Would you be like Yahushua? Hold on a second. Before you get in the car, we got to throw these on the shoes. You put the bags over the shoes. You put them in a plastic roll, tie it down, and say, okay, now you can get in, Yahushua. Would you do that? Okay, well, then, how you treat your brothers, how you treat Christ. So stop capping. I wouldn't do that. That's how you would do it, because you do it with your brother. The attitude. With the attitude. This is what I work with my kids. You know what I mean? Well, my kids, when they come with that attitude, I'm like, don't cook me none. Don't make it. Me and my rib, we're like, don't watch the kid. We're not going to, that's not acceptable. You're going to do it with love. Like Christ said. Or don't do it at all. Read.
Giving thanks to the Most High and the Father by Him.
Right. Jump to verse 23.
Verse 23. And whatsoever ye do it heartily, as to the Most High, and not unto men.
Oh, we got arsenal. You know we can be on this one all day. You see that? Wholeheartedly to the Lord and not to man. Go ahead.
Knowing that of the Most High ye shall receive the reward of the inheritance.
You're killing your reward. That's why you got to beware. Let not your good works be evil spoken of. You got to beware. You can start out in the right spirit, and then you're like, oh, Sam, I've been blessed. I got to hold tight to this. And then you start getting anxiety with things. You're going to mess your gift up. You're going to mess your reward up. Go ahead.
For ye serve the Lord Hamashiach.
You're supposed to be, remember, it's superfluous for me to have to mention the ministry to you. You should know what you're here to do. Y'all get this? He got, he got two more.
First Peter 4.
Go ahead.
4 and 8. 8 and 9.
Yeah, that's the one he put. Go ahead.
1 Peter chapter 4 and verse 8. And above all things, have fervent charity.
We're supposed to be passionate about giving to our brothers, right? We're supposed to be zealous about that. We're not a fanatic when it comes to how I'm giving. What you doing with what I gave to you? How you dealing with that? Well, I gave you that hoodie. Did you dry clean it? Not wash it. Right? I think you gave it to me. I know it's mine now. Yeah. I am taking care of it though. Thank you for checking, but you're over excessive with it.
Yeah.
It says, and above all things, have fervent charity among yourselves.
You gotta let the Spirit passionately motivate your charity. Fervent. Like that fire gotta be in you. You know what I mean? Like, man, what's needed? You know what I mean? The brother is that Zion's telling me of. He's like, the brother's like, look, bro, we gonna get a school. We gonna buy a school. We're like, okay. You know us, we're like, all right, we gotta see this. but you know, it's that willingness to at least offer the help, right? Fervent, not reluctant, not set back, right? That's gonna diminish your spirit, your works.
Not without pretense.
Right.
I'm willing to help out on the account of
Right.
me to find print. Right? Go ahead, keep reading.
For charity shall cover the multitude of sins.
Yeah, because what happens in that charity is, okay, there are going to be offenses there. But you know what? Now you're going to be able, if you're in the spirit, if you're giving in the spirit of the Most High, you're going to be using what? Discretion. Right? You're going to be, have compassion. You're going to communicate. Because again, we're not saying that nobody abuse your things. Right. But instead of now harboring anger and hate, which is what? Sin, you now know how to exercise the fruits of the Spirit, love, joy. You have joy when your things are still abused. I have joy because now I can show somebody how to respect something.
Right. Oh, listen, wear and tear. What happens wear and tear? I had a brand new car 2 years ago. Now it's just a what? It's just a car, right? It's right. It's like you got the scratches. How did I get the scratch? I didn't hit none. But what? Scratches come. Wear and tear. Right? What do? Do I gotta take it to the shop for every scratch? You know what I mean? Every paint job gotta be done on it? Nah. It's gonna happen. Wear and tear comes to giving, surviving, living. Right?
Yeah.
What was that? 1 Peter's what?
4 and 8. Read on, verse 9.
Verse 9. Use hospitality.
Use what?
Use hospitality.
But okay, my house is open for the feast, but y'all gotta make sure y'all put on these togas.
Hospitality.
Yeah, like people have some really you have to sit back and listen to yourself sometimes. Remember, it was only a few months ago. You didn't know
you was
how
a bum.
Right. You didn't know
you was a bum.
Right. Right. Now.
No, now it's what? That's my car, brother. That's my rib. That's my. It's like you was just lonely, praying to the Lord to send you a woman. How come you didn't give her to the Father?
Yeah, just like you read the other thing in Ecclesiastes. In the moment of prosperity, there's a forgetfulness of affliction. Right. You forgot how it felt to be on that I need a rod side. Or could you help me out with a place to stay? Right. Could you send me some arms? You forgot about that. And now you're there, and it's like, oh. Keep reading.
Real quick, hospitality, treatment, reception, hospitable treatment. Hospitable treatment, reception, or disposition. Your face means something. If you're going to give something with diarrhea face, don't do it. If you got diarrhea and you're doing something, go use the bathroom, come back, and then give that. I don't need to see your face look like you got stomach issues. Right? And then you come tell me, well, it wasn't that, it was just I had gas. Well, go fart and come back. Let's do this the right way, man, because you're making your own works are showing, making it seem like you don't want to do this. The activity of business, providing services to guests in hotels or restaurants and bars, hospitable, right? Alvarado was like the waiter, the waiter at the feast place. He was like, she came up. There was no room. She just put the water on the edge. He was like, bruh, these cats are garbage with the waiting. Why? Because they don't know, But we know that. Yeah.
Yeah, keep reading.
Use hospitality one to another without grudging.
And that's the key right there. That's the key. If you got issues with giving, then don't give.
Yeah.
But then you're going to see what happens when you're not in that charitable mode. It's not, you don't have any work stored up to cover your offenses.
Yeah.
Because if you're looking at what somebody does and how they handle your things, are you using that same measure to look at yourself and how you're offending in other areas?
Thank you. Beautiful. That was it. All right, let's jump back. Let's finish this. 9. We are at
Verse 7.
verse 8. We got the grudgingly. Oh, no, verse 7. Not grudgingly. Go ahead.
Or of necessity.
See, or I gotta do it because, or I'm doing it because I need something and I want something. Right? I'm gonna do this because, man, I need to face the east because I need something. Nah, that's not how you give things. Go ahead.
For the Most High loveth a cheerful giver.
Hey, what?
For the Most High loveth a cheerful giver.
Yes, sir. Can I have some more, sir? Right, Mama? God. Hey, Mama, come get this trash. Come on, Father. Mama, you left some. Con, here I come back now. Hey, when you get out there, make sure the trash and all that's picked up. Con, Father. Is there anything else, me Lord? Let me see that smile. Because like I tell them, you're doing your part in this body. You're not paying bills, you're not paying cell phone, you're not paying water, you're not paying rent, you're not doing none of that. Your job to part of this is the sweeping, is the bathroom, is the trash. And when you do that with a jerk attitude, it makes it seem like when we pay rent, we be like, we gotta keep a roof over these niggas' heads.
Well, when they gonna get a job?
When they gonna get a job? We don't do that. Dad, can I get that caramel macchiato? And you be like, you're asking for food again? Did you eat yet 2 days ago? I guess. How about if we did that? I guess.
Oh, they want the last of your stuff?
I guess.
Come on.
You know what I mean? You know, it's not, we're like, yeah, order what you want. Right? I could be like some dads, make sure you eat before you get with the kids. Y'all laughing. Yeah, the dads and the moms that make sure, you know what I mean? When you come into the house, the Taco Bell, that's their Taco Bell. You trying to eat off of their plate. Nah, you like, no, y'all was supposed to eat, but y'all didn't cook. Come on, I'll pull everybody's damn card. Go, let's read. Go ahead.
Verse 8. And the Most High is able to make all grace abound toward you.
And guess what? That's how we get grace. We get the grace by that. Why do you think the Most High was graceful with David? Because he knew David was merciful. So I could take your life, but I didn't do that. Right? That's where the grace comes in when you're crying and screaming because you got an ailment and you need the Most High to hear you. He's like, you know what? You deserve it. You know, let me take this away. Go ahead.
Oh, can I say this?
Yeah.
So the Most High recompensed David with grace, not to take his life.
Yeah.
And doing that and finding favor in that.
Yeah.
That's why he had so much grace and compassion on everybody else.
Right.
Because he's like, in his mind, now he's not saying this verbatim, but in his mind he's like, okay, well, who am I when I did wrong and the Most High spared me?
Right.
Why would I not spare you?
Right. See? Do unto those you as you would have them do unto you. That's the royal law. Read on.
Also,
Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes 35 and verse 11. We can do 11.
Oh, okay, verse 11.
Ecclesiastes chapter 35, verse 11.
This is bit that go ahead.
For the Most High recompenses and will give thee 7 times as much.
Because you can't outgive the Most High.
Let's go. Let's go. I like that. Yeah.
Hold up. Start at verse 10. Go ahead.
Verse 10. Give unto the Most High according as he hath enriched thee.
Give according to how much you've gotten.
Right.
What does that mean? If he's enriched you, you didn't have it before, so he enriched you. Right. Give it. If I got a new vehicle, that's our new vehicle. Right. If I got a sandwich, that's our sandwich. Up to my last ramen, you can have that.
And I'm going to say this again. For the most part, I see that with brothers and sisters. You go to the store, you're like, but remember, a lot of that had to be taught, though. charity and love, right? Especially the strangers. Like, nigga, I don't know you. Right? So you come into school today, but now when you go to 7-Eleven, hey, does anybody want anything? You know what I mean? Or could I get y'all something? Right? See, that in itself, you might get no's, but it's the thought that counts. It's like, damn, Tawada says Tawada, brother, for asking. Appreciate that. No, I'm good. See? And then that's infectious and reciprocated. That's what I be trying to remind the kids. Because the kids, if that's not practiced, that's not going to be learned. So y'all got to practice that with each other. Like doing things for your brother when it don't supposed to be done. No, I got it for you. Why? Because then he will do the same. But if you're always like, no, that's his job. Then it's going to be like, okay, he's going to do the same thing. You're going to be a jerk, he's going to be a jerk. So what's reciprocated, that love is reciprocated when you put it out there. But there has to be trailblazers and examples of brothers and sisters doing that. And for the most part, the grown-ups got that rolling. You know what I mean? It's reciprocated. What you need? Hey, who needs a ride? It's a natural thing, right? Hey, I'm here too if it's needed. Nah, we're good. We got it worked out. Blah, blah, blah. Let's roll. Y'all see that? And then your job is to get in the ride. Hey, Shalom. Hey, if you don't have the money, you don't freeze up. Please. Stop freezing up in the seat like they're going to give me a ride, but I'm broke as hell right now. Hey, Shalom. Hey, look. Provide for the ride. I'm broke as hell. When I get paid, I'm going to do that. Then you do that. You know, slide him a 20, slide him a 30 or whatever. Like, just for all the rides you've been giving me. That's how his word, nation building, brotherhood is done. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And as thou hast gotten, give with a cheerful eye.
And the way you got it, give with a cheerful eye. You were excited when it was given to you. So give in that same spirit. Keep that same energy across the board. Read on.
For the Most High recompense it.
Because the Most High will repay back.
Yeah.
That's a double-fold meaning. If you gave sparingly, he's going to give you sparingly. He'll give you the car. But then what? You're always needing somebody to give you gas money. You got a brand new car, but you ain't got no money for the gas. Oh, well, can I get some gas? Can I get some gas money? Why? Because you're sparing.
Yeah.
So if you recompense wholeheartedly, he'll give you sevenfold wholeheartedly.
Amen.
7 hearts. Go ahead.
And will give thee 7 times as much.
He'll give you more than you can handle, enough for you to not to consume upon your own lust. That's what we always pray, right?
To give back.
But to give back to the community.
And that's how it works. You give and it comes back. Go back to 2 Corinthians 9:7.
Verse 8. That ye always, having all sufficiency.
Because the Most High is going to make sure you have the things that's needed by you giving. See, go ahead.
In all things.
Right.
May abound to every good work.
But see, that is supposed to motivate you to keep doing the good. Go ahead.
As it is written, he hath dispersed abroad.
Right. Yahushua did that. Go ahead.
He hath given to the poor.
Read.
His righteousness remaineth forever.
Bro, don't let your good works be evil spoken of. That's one thing, man, I had to constantly remind my ribs. Don't do what you do. Do it wholeheartedly. Do it from the heart. And they're at that point where they know, no, this is for the Most High. I'm not letting that vex me, stress me, irritate me. Like, because then everything becomes an attitude when you do that. But when you do it with love, you can keep doing it with a clear mind towards the Father. Right? Go ahead.
Now he that ministereth seed to the sower, both minister bread for your food.
The Most High is the one that ministers seed. He will minister the bread. Go ahead.
And multiply your seed sown.
And he's going to multiply it. He's the one that gave you the food. Who the hell do you think is going to make you produce more? Y'all don't know the key. The key is do it for the Father. And all of that, it doesn't matter. And I know we're human. You give something to somebody, you do something to somebody, and you're like, oh, why you got to be a jerk? Tell them. You know what I mean? Correct it, but still do what the Father said. They don't determine your charity, your love. Go ahead.
and increase the fruits of your righteousness.
Right. See, and keep increasing you in what you're doing. And check this out. That's written that way for a reason. Your righteousness. What makes me righteous? Giving to the body, ministering to the saints. Go ahead.
Being enriched in everything, so all bountifulness.
See, he wants it. The Most High wants you to bless you and give you all the things you need bountifully. Go ahead.
Which causes through us thanksgiving to the Most High.
Because that will go back and make you do what even more, bro? I can tell you how, Shema Mashiach, how Shai, please, Lord, keep blessing me and I'm going to keep giving, I'm going to keep doing your will, and you keep praising and giving the Most High praise for that, right? Go ahead.
For the administration of this.
For the administration, go ahead.
Of this service.
For you being a servant in this service, go ahead.
Not only supplieth the want of the saints.
That's literally what the administration and the ministry is about. Supplying the want of the saints. Whether being a teacher, a reader, whether being a water pourer, whether being giving alms, whether being the sign guy. This service supplies the want of the nation. Go ahead.
But is abundant also by many thanksgivings unto the Most High.
It's abundant to show the Most High that you are thankful for the things that He's giving you. It ain't just in word. Let me see some action. My little children, let us not love in word either in tongue, but in deed and truth, right? Go ahead.
Whilst by the experiment of this ministration, they glorify the Most High.
I like that. Well, by the experiment of this administration. Go ahead.
They glorify the Most High for your professed subjection unto the gospel of Christ.
So they're going to look and say, what? Man, we can see they're the light. That's the kingdom there. What's the kingdom? Brotherhood, unity, problems and forgiveness, right? Offenses and letting them go, judging as how they want to be judged, the unity and the love, the reciprocation of the charity.
We've done it to the least of them.
Yeah, that's what they're going to look at and say, man, these cats are different. Like they do a lot at the businesses. They're like, what's up with these guys? Why are they always hugging and dapping and laughing? They still trying to figure out something is wrong here. Y'all selling either drugs, cocaine, yeah, or something. And then when it's not going well, you're still happy. They walking over like, man, today is hard. You're like, nah, it's good for us, man. You're like, what the hell about you be outside? They're like,
keep the faith.
Like, no, that's all we do. We live in the faith. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And for your liberal distribution.
And from your liberal, your what?
Your liberal distribution.
You know the word liberal?
Generous.
There you go. Freely generous, not restrained. That's why I learned back in, I come from the days where I told y'all, they would close the Passover doors. Said we need up $2-3 grand this Passover, and they would lock those doors. Right when you turn around, you ain't getting out. I didn't take it evil. I didn't take it in an evil way. I just took it as this is what we got to do, and this is what's required. But that shouldn't have to be done. To close the doors, old school. You know what I mean? Lock the doors out, right? I know it's funny now. But, and I know some cats that might have took that negative. But, truthfully, when you understand Israel's mentality, I understand Israel's mentality. I understand why they did that. You know what I mean? Because Israel won't give. I understand why Zachari and them is charging for what? Councils. I get that. Because you put all this energy into doing what we're doing and nobody will give a damn. They'd be like, well, I'll just go get it free. I'll go here. You know what? I don't have to go to Zachari because I can do it for free. He's like, okay, well, then do it with them because you guys don't appreciate what we're doing. I get that. Now, would I charge? No. But I get it. You know what I mean? It's old school. But that's what you get a lot. A lot of people don't give from their heart. So you get a lot of cats that are like, damn, well, we're doing the work. Right? Read on.
For your liberal
Who had the question?
No, I'm saying that. What verse was that? 22.
Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, God. Y'all get that liberal distribution. Go ahead.
Unto them and unto all men.
Yeah, go ahead.
And by their prayer for you, which long after you for the exceeding grace of the Most High in you.
That was your question?
Yes, another question.
What's that?
Is it okay to pray, is that on finances, maybe for finances?
Yeah. It's okay to pray for your finances, but understand what gets you finances. Look at Solomon. What did he pray for?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. And what wisdom, yeah, everybody's right. What wisdom will happen? He got finances. So you can pray for finances, but how much more should you pray for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to do things, and then the Most High will bless your finances.
First the kingdom.
Yeah, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you. So, there's nothing that you can't pray for. But there's keys in praying too, right? And that's what we got to learn, right? You can pray for that car, but sometimes, remember, your daddy might not give you certain things that you might think you need. He's going to give you what you want. He's going to give you what you need, right? In his time. So you got to recognize that a lot of times when we pray for a lot of carnal things, I mean, who prays for the lotto? How just let me hit this one time. And how many times you won that 42 million? Because it's not for you, right? He's like, nah, you're not ready for that. And I know you're thinking like, why not? Shit, he knows you. He knows your spirit. God, right? You know? And you might say, well, he does know my spirit. I'm a man of integrity. Yeah, but you are a merciful man. And you are a man of integrity. And that mercy might extend to people that don't need it. You ever looked at it that way? You be like, man, I'm gonna give this person some money, this person, man, everybody, we gonna be, that person don't need it. I got them going through things and they don't need that. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, you gotta look at it from that way. The Most High does things for his reason. We don't know. Right? Where we at?
Verse 15.
Thanks
be unto the Most High for his unspeakable gift.
That's it. Where are we at in the question?
That's it.
That was it? Okay. Good one. All right.
I remember you said that once too.
What?
That might be a person's downfall, because you know what you would do if you had $40 million. You give everybody $1 million, but then that $1 million destroys that person who you gave.
Exactly.
That ended up being their downfall, and you attributed to that. It's like giving a crackhead $1 million.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that OD the first night.
All right. If that's it, we go to finish up the prayers. I imagine we'll put y'all down. Rise and finish these. Thinking about food already. God. Let's get this. Get these prayers and holy prayers up. Yeah, but we have Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh Shah.
Barakatah Yahweh Shah.
Tawadi Yahweh.
Tawadi Yahweh.
Tawadi Yahweh Shah.
Tawadi Yahweh Shah.
For this Sabbath.
For this Sabbath.
This day.
This day.
This rest.
This rest.
Yahweh, we ask of you.
Yahweh, we ask of you.
To continually.
To continually.
Bless us.
Bless us.
Our mind, our thoughts, our judgment, our faith, our wisdom. And remove from us doubt and negativity. Fear, anxiety, hatred, and bitterness. Please, Yahweh, strengthen me with the fruits of the Spirit. The husbands, the wives, the children, to be in one mind, one spirit, under you. Please, Yahweh, gather all the tribes of the Iqua together and inherit thou them from the beginning. Yahweh, we pray and ask of you, make the time short. Make the time short. And remember the covenant. And let them declare thy wondrous works. Raise up indignation. And pour out wrath. Take away the adversary. And destroy the enemy. Yahweh, deliver your servants out of this hell. Bahasham Yahushai. The water. Aman. Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahushai. I'm sorry. Nathalanawa. Ha-tawara.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahushai. Nathalanawa. Award. Lara.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the light to see. Thanks to me.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahushai. Nathalanawa. Hayao. Quran. Ha'ayin.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the ransom to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahushai. Nathalanawa. Shaman. Zayah. Lamashah. Yasha'al.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the olive oil children of Israel.
God. And as always, we anoint after class. We say the prayer of anointing over you after class. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praises unto his name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night upon an instrument of 10 string, upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, has made me glad. Through thy work, I will triumph. In the works of thy hands, O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. But a brutish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring up his grass, and all the works of iniquity do flourish. It is. I'm sorry, I lost my place. Right. Our work is it is that they shall be destroyed. Forever. But thou, Yahweh, are most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But our horn shall thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn. We shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desire on my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against us. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahushai shall flourish in the courts of the Most High. They shall bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing to show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. This is Psalms 133. Shayar, Habalawat, Ladawad, Hana, Matwa, Waba, Naayam, Shabab, Akim, Gum, Yakar, Kashaman, Matwa, Ayo, Harash, Yurad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayara, Alpanya, Manawakiwa, Tato, Karawan, Shayara, Ayo, Haria, Tazayawan, Kaya, Shum, Tazawa, Yahweh, Ab, Habaraka, Kayayam, Ai, Haywalam, Aman.
This is Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that went down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Most High commanded the blessings, even life forevermore.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Aman.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, the scriptures say hate the evil but love the good. We understand that when we go out there to speak, we're talking to everybody. Somebody wearing pants and eating pork is just like a sodomite. That's what the scripture says. There ain't no one sin that's greater than the next. So do we hate someone when they eat those pepperonis? Nah. You know what I mean? So do you hate someone that is your people that's a sodomite? Nah. We hate the wickedness that they're doing. We hate those things that they're doing. But we don't hate them. Because if that was the case, then how are we going out there to teach them?
Right.
To convert. What does it mean to convert? What about if the sodomite, the spirit hits him? You don't think that's happened? I'm not saying they're going to admit it. I'm not saying they're going to be, yeah, brother, I was taking it in the rear. Nobody's going to say that. But you have our people that, hey, I just be trying to tell y'all the truth of the matter, is that you got a lot of our people that change from those things. A drug dealer is like a sodomite. A murderer is like a sodomite. So we know in our community, and I can say it for myself, you can accept the murderer, you can dap the murderer up quick. You be like, yeah, I had to take some cats out. Yeah, we get it, bro. But when it comes to a sodomite, you're like, that's worse than murder. But the fact is this, it's not. And that we, they got to move a certain way. We're not going to just let them come up in here with lipstick on and feminine. They got to change. They got to put those things off. Just like they got to put off the murder. Just like we got to put off the pork or whatever sin we're doing. So now the scripture tells you not to hate your brother. So it's not saying, Amos 5:15 is my favorite scripture. One of my favorite ones, hate the evil, love the good. Right? It doesn't tell us in there, hate your brother. So no, it doesn't mean to hate a sodomite. It means to understand that this sodomite got hella demons on them, and they need to be converted, rebuked, checked, all that, all the things we do, but understand that it's to change them to do righteousness. Yeah. The question was, it was an after statement.
Yeah, I understand why the Most High hates those who are gay. But is it wrong if I don't? I don't agree with what they do, but I don't hate them.
Right. So hopefully that makes sense to you. And I think, I would think every Israelite understands that. Right? The two greatest commandments, love thy neighbor as thyself. Well, he's wicked. Well, but it still it says, don't hate your brother. It don't say hate a wicked brother. It tells you what? We're supposed to hate those wicked things and put away these wicked things that we're doing. If that doesn't make sense, I ask you, who the hell are you going out to preach to then? You're only going out to preach to people that are pure? No, we go out there for the sinners. So that's not hate, that's love. Right? We're telling them to stop doing what they're doing. So, how about if a sodomite stands out there, man, gets his spirit ripped into, and something sparks in his mind, and he's like, damn, I didn't know this. Yeah, he's still in that vibe, but he got to break that. How many butch sodomites, women that what? Transition back from being a stud to a woman? This happens. So no, you're not going to be like, well, you did that, so you're unacceptable. No, you're like, look, repent, let off of that, amend your ways, and you can come to the Most High. And that's in any sin, right? Yeah.
What we always quote, one of our favorite scriptures, Hebrews 5:2.
Uh-huh.
Who can have compassion on the ignorant and them that are out of the way? But what's the way? The truth. They're walking contrary to the truth, whether they're sodomites, drug dealers, prideful people, right? That's still sin. Like this you can't define one over the other.
Right. Listen, what is sodomite? What is a sodomite? Someone who commits sodomy, right? Is that only male? So how many sodomites are there really? America teach you what? You can sodomize your woman, right? So let's look at it through reality. That a lot of brothers have committed sodomy, probably not with a man, but they did these defiled things, and they had to be what? Changed, renewed, right? So yeah, just a reminder. Yeah, call it.
I can write it. Right?
Call it.
I can write it. Right?
Fall out.
Say shalom to everybody online. Shalom, shalom. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all, brothers and sisters. Can't wait till the Passover comes.
It's the F.
I think this is the longest we've gone.